All right, good evening, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting of the Sterling Heights City Council to order. If you would, please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Remain standing after that for our invocation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Dear God, please bless our elected officials. Grant them courage and wisdom to do what is right for all citizens. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Ms. Riska. Can we please have the roll call?
Mayor Taylor?
Here.
Mrs. Brodsky?
Here.
Mrs. Koski?
Present.
Mr. Radke?
Present.
Mrs. Schmidt?
Present.
Mr. Yanes?
Here.
Mrs. Yarko?
Present.
Thank you, Council. We need approval of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Mrs. Koski.
move to approve the agenda.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Is there any discussion?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. I'd like to pull item C from the consent agenda and make it item, I believe it would be 7C. Is that correct?
We'll take 6C from the consent agenda and we'll make it consideration item 7C.
Okay, very good.
Council, anyone else? No further discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. First item on our agenda tonight is a report from our city manager, Mark Vanderpool. Mr. Vanderpool.
Thank you, Mayor. You'll be glad to know I only have one item on my report this evening, and that involves our internship program. It's quite surprising that already summer is over, at least for college students, because they are heading back to school next week in most cases. So I'm sure they're glad to get back to school and get away from their parents and siblings and so on. But our HR manager's with us this evening, Kate Baldwin, who's going to talk a bit about our model internship program, talk about some of the projects they've been working on and recognize them, and also have the city council take a group photo with them as we wish them well. Some will be staying a bit longer, but most will be returning to college. So, Mayor, with that, I wanted to introduce Kate Baldwin.
Good evening, Mayor, members of City Council, Mr. Koszewski, and Mr. Vanderpool. I'm here tonight to report to you all that we've had another successful college summer internship program here at the city. As you know, this is the second year that we've hosted our formal internship program, and although it's only the second year, the program has proven to be value add as we have interns helping shape the future of the city through their efforts and support on various programs and initiatives. This is a program that we've really embraced and has brought elements of collaboration, positivity, different perspectives, fun, and the list goes on. And with me this evening is Sarah Scowden, our HR coordinator, who has led the program through its success and has put a lot of time and dedication toward making the program its success, or a success, excuse me. She's been putting in the effort to make it a thoughtful and very meaningful experience for the interns and the stakeholders also involved in part of the program. So I would like to recognize Sarah and thank her for her hard work and her ability to think creatively to continue to evolve and grow the program. You've done an amazing job. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Sarah for a few remarks.
Thank you, Kate. Through this year's program, we've had the opportunity to host a fantastic group of students and young professionals. A few of them have joined us here in the audience this evening, and we'd like to take the opportunity to recognize them for their hard work this summer. Their effort and dedication have not gone unnoticed, and it has been a pleasure having them on the Sterling Heights team this summer. To each of our interns, thank you for your commitment to our internship program, and on behalf of the HR team, we wish you the absolute best with the remainder of your degree programs and in your future endeavors. We do also hope you'll find your way back to us in the future. Next, we'd like to feature a short video highlighting this year's program as we wish our interns farewell. This summer, the City of Sterling Heights welcomed 19 interns across city offices and departments, ranging from the Office of Planning and the City Clerk's Office to the Police Department and Parks and Recreation. The city's college internship program offers students the chance to contribute to strategic projects alongside our experienced and dedicated employees while providing their fresh perspectives and ideas to make a meaningful impact on the community. Our interns have had the opportunity to support both short and long-term initiatives, understanding how various city departments serve our residents and the community, connect with leaders across the organization, gain tools and skills to promote professional growth, and ultimately get a glimpse into what a career in local government could look like, hopefully developing the workforce of tomorrow. Besides gaining aid in interns handling much-needed workflow that typically does not require new hires, Sterling Heights also benefits from having the input of young minds integrated into our workforce. The college internship program supports Sterling Heights' mission of innovating living, and young professionals seeking an exciting and rewarding internship experience need to look no further than the City of Sterling Heights.
That we plan on hosting for years to come. Like I said, Sarah's done a fantastic job. The HR team has put a lot of work into this with the support of the organization. And so in closing, we would like to also thank you all, mayor and city council members, as well as leaders and employees in the organization, who all continue to support this strong program. So at this time, if it's okay with you, I don't know if you guys want to make remarks, but we would like to take a picture in front of the dais.
Council, you want to make remarks first? You want to take the picture first? Let's take the picture then. All right. Come on up. Oh, it's the worst place for a picture. Where do we go?
I would just gather in tight, just real group. I'm going to take the picture.
You've been in city management.
I know. I don't know if this is gonna have
Deanna, get more than one.
Oh, yeah, I can fit all of you in. Okay, ready? On 3, 1, 2, 3. Awesome, thank you. Thank you.
Good job, you guys.
All right, interns, thank you. We are seeing you off today, but if you stay for this council meeting, you'll have a lot of time left with us, I'm afraid, so. Council, is there anyone who has any comments or anything they'd like to say? Mrs. Zarko.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. It's just, we had a luncheon where we had the opportunity to meet a lot of the interns and have conversation with them, and I'm certainly hoping that we're asking them what they learned from that luncheon until today. So wish you all luck when you go back to school or whatever your endeavors are, and hope to see you again in the city of Sterling Heights for maybe some of the activities that we have going on. So good luck.
Thank you, Mrs. Zarko. Council, anyone else?
Mayor Taylor.
Mrs. Sarowski.
So yes, I did an internship when I was in college 1,000 years ago, and it was one of the most beneficial things I'd ever done. And so I'm hoping that you did learn a lot and gain some insight as to where you want to take this experience and build on it. So thank you so much for giving your time and your talents. I hope that we learned as much. I'm sure that we did from you as that you did learn. And thank you again for being here, and good luck in everything that you do.
Mr. Radke. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Normally I say thank you, Mrs. Sarowski, and I just got caught between the two.
No worries.
There you go.
Mr. Radke.
I just wanted to thank the interns for their work, and I hope that they might consider working in public service in the future. This is a very rewarding experience, and I appreciate all your hard work this summer. Like Mrs. Zarko, I attended that luncheon, and I was so impressed by your credentials, and I'm sure wherever you go, you're going to do a great job. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Radke. Council, anyone else? If not, I don't have much more to add, other than a thank you on behalf of all the residents of the city of Sterling Heights. Your work was important, and not just that, but when you choose, I think, a career in public service, whether it's working in a city, a county, state, federal government, maybe not so much the federal government, but you are doing something that matters. You're doing something important. You're doing something that impacts people's lives every single day. And I think that you all deserve our respect and our thanks for the work that you did. And I hope you guys continue down this path and seriously consider a career in local government, where I think it's the best opportunity to serve people directly and make an impact on their lives. So with that, can we give them one more big round of applause? All right, thank you very much. And Mr. Vanderpool, anything else?
Nothing further, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. So the next item on our agenda tonight is the consent agenda. Is there anyone in the audience tonight who'd like to speak on any item on tonight's consent agenda with the omission of item C? If not, council, we need a motion.
Mr. Mayor,
Mrs. Koski.
move to approve the consent agenda as amended.
Support.
Been moved and supported with no discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next up on our agenda tonight is a consideration item, and this is to consider a nomination to the City of Sterling Heights Board of Ordinance Appeals 2. Is there anyone in the audience who'd like to speak on this item? If not, council, who would like to speak on this? This is the nomination of somebody to the Sterling Heights Board of Ordinance Appeals 2. Okay. You're welcome to. Council, is there anyone who has a nomination?
Mayor Taylor,
Mrs. Schmidt.
resolved to nominate Joseph Bedford for the consideration as an appointee to the Board of Ordinance Appeals 2 at the August 20th, 2024 regular city council meeting.
Support.
Been moved and supported. Any discussion?
Mayor, he's one of our alternates right now and has expressed interest in becoming a permanent member of the board, so that's why I nominated him.
Very good. Council, anyone else? With no further discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. All right, next up is a consideration item, and this is to consider the application by CCF Development Grillo Limited Dividend Housing Association, LLC, for a mixed-use planned unit development on approximately 2 acres situated on the east side of Van Dyke, north of Riverland Drive, PPUD 24-0002. We have a number of presentations tonight. We're going to start with our city manager, Mark Vanderpool. Mr. Vanderpool.
Thank you very much, Mayor. As you mentioned, we do have a couple of presentations. And first, I wanted to start the presentation by just giving a little bit of history on the North Van Dyke redevelopment plan and the current master plan that was updated a few years ago. First, if I can draw your attention to the screen. We actually started working on this particular area of the city in 2006. In 2006, we worked with a number of state legislators because we knew we were having significant problems in the North Van Dyke area, and we needed some economic development tools to change the downward trend of deterioration in that area. So thankfully, the state approved what's called a Corridor Improvement Authority. The city council approved that back in 2006. And essentially, it is similar to a downtown development authority. We don't have a downtown development authority, but it essentially allows you to develop a plan, get private investment to invest in the area, and as taxable values increase, the Corridor Improvement Authority can capture those increment amounts, the increased amounts, to reinvest in the district. So the plan started out good and went fairly well. We had a couple of facade improvements in the district, and we did make a number of small improvements, but then the Great Recession hit, property values declined, interest in the district waned, and 10 years or so went on, and before you knew it, the master plan needed to be updated, and we kind of had to start from scratch. So that's what we did a few years ago. We engaged with residents across the city, especially those in the area along North Van Dyke, and also businesses. And on the slide before you, this is what we heard from the community at the time. And it goes without saying. I mean, this has been a problem for quite some time. But the general consensus is highlighted in the wordle before you, with old being one of the most prominent descriptors of North Van Dyke. Dated, outdated, run down, shoddy, abandoned, cheap, junky, and so on. You know, the words speak for themselves. And I think most of us all are very familiar with that area. It was not in a good position 20 years ago. It was in a little better position a few years ago, but the master plan is what we're working off of in trying to get to this point. Well, first, before I show the next slide, let me just show you some of the images that existed in the area, not just 20 years ago, but some now. Some of you may recall the diner that was there. It closed, was vacant. And the problem when you have these sorts of areas in a community, the broken window theory takes hold. Properties become tired looking, they become vacant, and it spreads like a poison throughout the area, and thus the broken window theory takes hold. And that's what was happening in this district. The Corridor Improvement Authority allows you to address issues like this. For example, buying blighted property and demolishing buildings and getting it ready for redevelopment. So this was one such site. Some of you may recall the center is still there, but there were many vacancies. There still are vacancies in the center. It is a challenge corner, to say the least, but this is kind of the flagship corner of the North Van Dyke area, and this is kind of the best we could do out there for quite some time. Some of you may recall the old veterinarian building. We struggled with this for a long time. It became blighted. The roof eventually caved in. It was a harbinger for rodents and other activity, unscrupulous activity. It became a problem for the area. That project, obviously, that building has been demolished. The site has been rejuvenated. The project's under construction and injecting life into the district. This is the parcel we'll be talking about some tonight. This used to be the Riverland Amusement District. There have been a number of concepts, but this is also part of the master plan that we're talking about for the whole area. This goes back a while, but this is what the district looked like in the 70s. And it started a pretty slow decline after the 70s, through the 80s and 90s, and then we got to the point where we really needed to do something as a community and redevelop this area. Some may recall the old gas station that was shuttered and closed for a long time at the Triangle, Utica and Van Dyke Road. But for this redevelopment district and Corridor Improvement Authority, we would not have been able to get this building demolished, get the site cleaned up, all the underground contamination, and build a pocket park that is there now. These little projects individually don't seem like a big deal, but in totality, they start to slowly change the course of decline. So when we talk to the same group, residents, businesses, and others, other stakeholders from across the region too, this is what everyone envisioned for the future of North Van Dyke. Opportunity, accessible, and friendly people-oriented, multicultural. And so this is the sort of descriptor words that everyone said. This area is ripe for something very unique in Sterling Heights that we had never had before. So that set us on the course to the master plan that was updated a few years ago. And if you look at the bottom left-hand corner, that's where some of the activity is ongoing as we speak. The particular site that we're discussing tonight is right along the Van Dyke Road with the rear of the property remaining open space. Now, this plan was developed a number of years ago, 3 to 4 years ago, but the planning and concepts of it were underway for at least 5 years in terms of the update.
Ma'am,
Mr. Mayor.
no, you cannot, this is not your opportunity to speak. I appreciate that. We can't have people shouting questions out from the audience. So you'll have an opportunity to ask questions, including whatever question you have right now. But I ask that you do not interrupt from the audience. It's very difficult for people at home watching. Many people who want to participate in this meeting, or I should say, watch the meeting and stay informed, watch the meetings at home for whatever reason. And when you shout out from the audience, then they cannot hear what's going on. They cannot understand what's happening. So you'll have an opportunity to come up. If you want, you can ask for clarification on whatever map or whatever area was just shown when you come up for your opportunity to speak. But I do ask, we will not interrupt you when you're talking, and we ask that you not interrupt us while we're talking. Thank you. Mr. Vanderpool, please continue.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, this image shows that the redevelopment district is oriented around people, open spaces, gathering, and revitalization. This particular image is an outdoor amphitheater at the sort of near the midpoint over by Riverland and North Van Dyke. And we're working toward acquiring property and working with property owners in the area to make a lot of this come to life, most of which we'll be talking about some tonight. These are some of the open space recreational amenities that are outlined in the master plan that we fully envision, including the property that we'll be talking about tonight. These are not new concepts. These are done throughout. These boardwalk type amenities are commonplace in conservancies and wildlife areas and floodplain areas and so on. It's something that is really considered a best practice and provides accessibility as highlighted in an earlier slide. Outdoor gathering, again, this is a focal point of the district. We want to make sure that the developments that occur there are people-friendly, outdoor-oriented, and these are activities that go on along the floodplain all over the place, including right here in Sterling Heights. We have a lot of these activities, you're going to hear about it later, that occur right here in Sterling Heights. This is a little bigger image. So a little bit north of this amphitheater that we envision, you can see there's further development as well in redevelopment areas, private investment and development is necessary to revitalize the area, but also to provide the tax revenue necessary to make the public improvements, be it parks, trailways, walkways, and the like. So again, these are some of the images in the master plan that are scattered throughout the document and intended for North Van Dyke. Some of you may say, well, are we really going to see this sort of activity? And the answer is absolutely. It's already happening. It's already occurring. There's a lot of developer interest for this particular area, but you need catalyst projects to get it to the next level as well. Again, lots of open space, people-oriented, socializing, revitalization of an area that's tired, in many cases vacant, boring, and not anything but inviting.
No vibes, I saw too.
And no vibes. Other amenities include making sure that the development is environmentally friendly and does not cause any adverse conditions to floodplains, floodways, roadways, and the like. So this is part of the development as well. We have these concepts being built across the city as we speak. One only has to look at Mound Road. The bioswales along Mound Road are significant, and the intended purpose is working. If you drive Mound Road today, you'll see water in the bioswales slowly draining into the system. Without those bioswales, it would have gone into the storm sewer system, exacerbating some of the rain runoff. So this type of smart, sustainable growth is included in our North Van Dyke Master Plan. Again, you may ask, is this really going to happen? And the answer is, it's absolutely happening. The development plan is coming to life, and the future is exciting for the area. So now let's shift gears and talk about the issue at hand, because there's a great deal of concern about the impact on potential water runoff from developments in the area, specifically the development that's under consideration. We have a number of individuals that will speak, two in particular, and then we're going to have a lot of time for Q&A to address concerns as well. So let me begin with the introductions. First, we're going to hear from Jamie Burton, who is a certified engineer. He is with HRC, Hubble, Roth, and Clark. He has a great deal of expertise on floodplains, development in floodplain areas, and flood mitigation. Jamie oversees all of HRC's water resource projects across the state of Michigan, including projects for Macomb County Public Works Commissioner. HRC specifically Jamie, was instrumental in obtaining the city's almost $5 million EPA grant that was completed a few years ago to clean out the Clinton River and improve the Clinton River. We're going to hear much more about that. He then served as project manager when HRC administered the construction of that work. Jamie also managed the Red Run improvement. You've heard a lot about that, and also the Sterling Relief drain improvements that have been made over the last few years. Also with us this evening is Dr. Fatima Babakhani, and she also has a great deal of experience in floodplain mitigation. Fatima manages HRC's stormwater hydraulic and hydrology modeling, design, and construction projects. She specializes in open channel hydraulic sediment transport, river restoration, dam removal, watershed management, storm assessment and management, and on and on and on. So we have a number of experts with us, including our in-house team, our city engineer, that will be able to address questions as well. So Mayor, at this point, I'd like to call on Jamie Burton to start the presentation.
Mr. Burton.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderpool, Mayor Taylor, members of council. Again, I'm Jamie Burton with HRC. I'm hoping this works. I went too fast. Yeah, so I also want to introduce Mike McDonald, who most of you guys know. He needed no introduction from city manager. He's in the back row, and he's got over 30 years experience working in Sterling Heights. And man, don't we look young up there. That's what engineering will do to you, make you look a little older. So again, just a quick introduction. So as Mr. Vanderpool mentioned, I'm responsible for water resource work for HRC. And it was my privilege to work on not just the city's Clinton River project, 9.5 miles of river restoration through the city, which I'll highlight a few aspects of that too, but a lot of other projects in this area that turned the Clinton River, which at one point was deemed the most polluted river in the state of Michigan, into the crown jewel of this community, in my opinion. Okay, I've been in and around this community all my life, and to talk about the proudest moments that we get to do. You know, sewers are great, roads are fantastic. I'm proud of Mound Road, but man, when your kids can walk a trail
The Utica Park, right behind the library, was one of my projects, and obviously the Clinton River. I'm very proud of this, okay? So it runs a little deep here in Sterling Heights for me personally. And Fatima and Mike as well. Fatima is one of our managers and handles a lot of these projects for us, and her credentials speak for themselves. And if there's any questions, we might have her help answer those as well. So let's get into it a little bit. I started this slide because I believe there needs to be context, okay? And we need to talk, floodplains are complex. Stormwater management is complex. It's a different kind of system that we're gonna talk in highlights to. But I wanted to just kind of get a lay of the land, okay? So if you will, and I'll answer the question that was raised. I'll use the pointer on, that won't work on the screen. The very top of this picture is the north end of the district. In between there, and the hatch lines is the floodway, and the little white dots through there are actually stationing along the river. The very bottom of that picture is CCF Phase 2. Or Phase 1, excuse me. I'll talk a little bit about that here and there. But almost a half a mile of river is between that and Van Dyke. Okay? So I want to put that in context. It seems quick when you're driving 50 miles an hour, or maybe a little bit faster down Van Dyke, trying to get to a meeting on time, like Mike did on the way here. But the idea is the two CCF developments are really separated by much longer distance along the river. And the watershed is what's important here tonight, not necessarily the fact that they seem a block apart. There's a lot of river in between there. And the floodplain does extend up to Van Dyke and around that area. So in the backwater, and you see north of all of that is really the backwater from the river going behind the homes there to the north. So I just wanted to give a little lay of the land in what the district kind of area. So in the middle, right in the middle there is the CCF Phase 1. Okay. So let's talk, I'll just kind of expand this. So there's two areas of floodplain, and I'll get into this. The floodway, which is the area that really carries the heavy burden of the flow during rain events. And then the floodplain, which is where water expands out, stores, sits for a while before then it goes back into the river when it clears up. And there is multiple. There's a 500-year floodplain, there's a 100-year floodplain, and the point of all that I want to make is those are just insurance lines on a map. Mm-hmm. Those are not limits of flooding, right? The water does not know to stop at that line when something occurs. Those were built through the program, through FEMA, to deal with insurance. Over the years, they became this kind of quasi-regulatory map. It doesn't mean flooding stops. It doesn't mean flooding will happen. It just means that that's where flood insurance starts and stops. Floodplains exist. The big one happens. The floodplains exist beyond those lines. We regulate, we manage our flood insurance program through this community based on that map with the current program. So a little bit more on that. So a little bit, I'm going to do my best. My job is so many acronyms, it'll make your head spin. So I'm going to try not to do any of those this evening, but bear with me if one or two slip in. It's human nature. So this is how this is a floodplain. I want to dispel one other point right off the bat, which is you need rain to create flooding events. But runoff is what causes the problem, not necessarily the rain. Okay? It can be sunny and dry in Sterling Heights, and the river can still come up 5 feet because of the area that contributes to it. So when you control runoff, the flood maps talk about 100-year. It's a 100-year runoff event, not necessarily a 100-year rain event. You can have a 25-year rain event every day of the week and still have a 100-year flood event 4 days later, okay? So I want to let's talk runoff from this point forward, if you don't mind, not necessarily rain. But when it rains, and water does run off, it works its way through the channel. We're going to talk about the watershed in a second, and it gets to the top of the banks. Right now, if you drive up on Van Dyke, if you look, the river is really much at the top of its banks, even today after the rain events we had the last few days. You see some flooding in the parking lots in the area and some other things. And so that is what's called the floodplain. Anywhere it goes outside of that banks is the river's floodplain. And that continues to go up and up and up. I want you also to think about floodplains as an elevation, as a height, not necessarily linear, because it's really about an elevation. How do we get above the floodplain, not necessarily out of the floodplain, if that makes sense. Where really it's about an elevation to protect structures, not necessarily an area. So the base flood elevation that's shown here is what FEMA regulates to. Okay, that is the insurance line, if you will, between having to have flood insurance and not having to have flood insurance. And that becomes the regulatory through ordinance, because that's what we're trying to adhere to that program to make sure that we are compliant with the national flood insurance. People in Sterling Heights can get flood insurance. Even if they want it, they can get it. And then, but that doesn't stop where the actual water can go to. And as you see here, you've got plenty of other areas where the floodplain, where the big one happens, the floodway's in the middle, and then you kind of work your way up. So when we talk about floodplain this evening, I think it's critical to mention that really what that line is an insurance line. Okay, and there's risks beneath that, and there's risks above that, and we mitigate those risks here in the city. So FEMA talks about floodplains in a couple sense. In some of this, I will fully admit, a little bit too wordy, but I put them out there so if this presentation is made public, then people can kind of get some of the facts of what I'm talking about. But what floodplains do is they slow the runoff, they store water, and then when the river and the systems catch up, then the water dissipates and moves down. Now, if there's a bowl or an area that the water can't get out of, obviously it can sit there a little bit further. And these areas contain a lot of really great ecological and environmental resources, okay? A lot of wetlands, a lot of good tree cover, a lot of canopy, but they also have a lot of invasives, a lot of standing water, all right? It wasn't that long ago where we talked about, West Nile, Zika, and all those other things that happen. So they are also those areas as well. The social, environmental, economic issues, when you balance those against things like your master plan, are very critical to keep in mind. Sometimes we overlook that in both directions, not just in preservation, but also in overuse or keeping it too green, right? I think we got to strike a good balance. So FEMA just talks about there being a lot of benefits or things, and I'm not going to read the whole list, but I'm going to highlight current uses that Sterling Heights has in the floodplain. So upper left is campfires at the Nature Center in the floodplain. On the right is Dodge Park, and behind, you can kind of see behind the gentleman on the right, that's the bowl. Before this run, it flooded and sits in the bowl, but yet 2 days later, we're out there making, the Hanson run and doing everything out there. They're great resources. I grew up playing soccer, and most of the fields we played on, I laugh whenever I hear the news report, Hines Drive, by Outer Drive is flooded, because if you ever drive in the Hines Drive Park, you see the soccer fields, that's where I grew up. I mean, it's a great resource to have. No homes, and yeah, sometimes I couldn't play, but that's what good floodplain management can yield for a community. And so you have that, and so really higher quality recreational areas as well. So going in Eagle, and this is where I'm gonna start talking about building a little bit, in the fact that nothing says you can't build in a floodplain area. So I talked about this area, if you will. There's nothing against that. Florida, the entire state of Florida, okay? Let's just be honest about it, right? But the idea being, and we'll show you some slides in a moment, of the different types of development you can do in the floodplain area. But when you talk about that, then you have to bring in the second condition, which is the elevation. Where are the structures in relation to habitable structures? Where is the critical infrastructure? And where is that being done? But one way to handle that, in which CCF Phase 2 is doing, is actually not going to develop in the floodplain. They are going to redistribute the floodplain to create the buildable space and mitigate for that. So I want to be clear, CCF Phase 2 is not building in the elevation of the floodplain. They might be building in the surface area of that, but they're elevating beyond that. That's how you develop quality projects in the floodplain itself, if that makes sense. I think that's a distinct. You can build the entire property at CCF Phase 2 all on stilts and be a perfectly developable under FEMA, Eagle, and to some extent, your ordinance as long as you're more than 2 feet. We'll get into that in a second. But long story short, is your current local ordinance exceeds both the state and federal requirements for floodplain management, floodplain development. You guys are kind of the A+ student in my books around here. So, and it's not, you just don't take my word for it. So one of now that you have communities that have structures in floodplains, those floodplains, you can develop in there. Sometimes they're historical homes or features that have been there before the maps were created, and they need flood insurance, okay? And flood insurance isn't the end of the world. It can be very expensive. But Sterling Heights, for a number of years, decades, has worked to reduce the rates for your people in floodplain by joining this voluntary program called the Community Rating System. What this is a volunteer program that essentially enables, you're doing so well with your floodplain management that anybody in this community who wants or needs a flood insurance policy pays 15% less than on the premiums. You're the third highest rated community in the state of Michigan on a rating system. You're doing high quality stuff in this community to protect this resource. I think it's very admirable. So we talked a little bit about what you can do in the floodplain. I think this is a great kind of overall slide. This is from FEMA as well. You know, what do? Well, it's got to be a use. If you want to achieve your economic development, you want to choose your master plan goals, all the stuff that city manager spoke about earlier, there's different things you can do. Open space or a combination of these things. Obviously, we talked about the stilts. We need to talk about that. But garages are not habitable space. You put garages in the floodplain and build your home above it. That happens in a lot of communities. What you've mostly seen in Sterling Heights because of your ordinance and what you've seen in phase 1 and now you're going to see in phase 2 is the third part, which is to elevate the structures out of the floodplain. Okay? Now there's ramifications of that. We will talk about that. But generally speaking, that's how you guys mostly handle your floodplain management or development within the floodplain. You don't permit just a house in the bottom of the valley. But if you were to do it in accordance with state and federal law and the building code and your ordinances, you could allow certain structures within the floodplain. We do a lot of park restrooms in floodplains. You do some emergency services or restrooms or comfort stations or kayak rentals generally, but you just do those buildings the right way and they can be within the floodplain. So a good element of all this, I'll show you a slide in a minute, but yeah, storms change, right? Storms are coming and going more frequently. They come up more, a little bit faster, a little bit harder. And I don't have to tell anybody in this room how that's occurred in Sterling Heights in the last month or two. Every single one of our communities just in the news. When it rains, the three of us kind of, oh man, what's tomorrow going to be like, right? And the phone calls that come in. So what number one issue we deal with in most of our communities is flooding. And not really floodplain, just general flooding. So since the 70s, when 1972 was the Clean Water Act, FEMA started picking up after that, and the mapping and the flood insurance program took off after that. Since then, and the maps were kind of started to be generated, and the maps have been updated, and the maps have been remapped, and a lot of things have occurred over the time. But what's also happened is communities got smarter about their stormwater management, right? As opposed to just trying to get rid of it as fast as you can. Almost like sewage. Just how fast can I get rid of this? We've talked about detention, retention, and as a phase 1 community, Sterling Heights has been at the forefront of doing that for one of the longest in the state, and has done a good job of that. Now we're moving into green infrastructure. We did the volume stuff. Now we're moving into water quality stuff too. Since 1995, you've been a member of the community rating system. You exceed your standards, exceed almost all other communities in this area, and definitely exceed state and federal standards. I'm gonna keep pointing that out. You guys have done a very good job, staff, new engineering, public services, public works, as projects have come in that have had these impacts to the floodplain, whether it's fill or whether it's a utility or whatever. Done a really good job of making sure the studies are updated, the mapping is done. Not a lot of communities have done that, but you guys have done a pretty good job. And then obviously, the park system here, the 9 miles of pretty much open space from end to end of this community that we worked on over the last few years is just a tremendous asset to keep it in the park system and to do quality stuff that you're doing over time. I love the trail. So I need to add a little bit more context before we talk specifics. The Clinton River watershed is over 760 square miles. 1.5 million people live in it. It's the most populated watershed in the state of Michigan. 70 communities, 5 counties. It is just it's a big area and a lot of things going on. And what you can't forget is upstream of Riverland Drive. On Riverland Drive on the crossing is a U.S. Geological Survey gauge station that monitors the river. So we get real-time information as it relates to flows in this city, almost too perfect for this. This doesn't usually happen for us, right? But this is right there. And for context, there's 192,000 acres that drain through the Van Dyke Bridge and through these two properties. The developments are 20 acres, and you're only developing 6 of them. We're talking about drops we're talking about drops in the ocean when you really think about this, okay? That's the context of what flows through this river and what, these areas of impact. The Clinton River, we'll show you, the river reacts to runoff events very quickly. It peaks very quick and then goes right back down. Down's a little bit slower. And that's due to the upstream. Most of that 192,000 acres is not in Sterling Heights. I think that's pretty clear, right? That's all upstream properties. And development, stormwater management, lack of stormwater management, encroachments in other areas have really impacted, the river through your community. Two events are the same. It really, what it boils down to is a couple things. So this is the gauge at Riverland, just for this year. And let me go to the next slide here. This goes all the way back to 2004. The 2 events that occurred in July are on the far right. They are not distinguishable between each other, but those are 2 separate events on the far right. The next one was the February event, and then all the other events all the way back to 2004 and beyond. This river has flooded, and this river will continue to flood whether we develop CCF or not. This river is a lot of square miles coming at you and a lot of flood events. So you see some of the big ones. And that being said, none of these events were the actual big one. Okay, we have yet to have the monster that we're all worried about. These are all been mid-level, mid-grade, mid-storm type events that we've occurred. So this isn't a new phenomenon in this area by far. So how FEMA calculates the flood elevation is they come up with flows. Those flows translate over a cross-section. Between the 2 of them, it gives you an elevation. I'm oversimplifying that, but it basically talks about flows. The 100-year flow at Riverland is 8,000 cubic feet per second. That's just how we measure flow, gallons per minute, cubic feet per second. Both phases of CCF will discharge less than 1. I cannot reiterate enough just the scale of these 2 issues that we're trying to bring together as to what the Clinton River does and is, and what these developments may or may not do. That's as real as I can make that be. So let's talk a little bit about these 2 developments. There's 28 acres of development. Only 6 total are being developed, around 15 being left in green space. They are doing quality stormwater management proposed. On phase 1 was approved, phase 2 is proposed and will be met. And the idea being, simply put, is the city standards will be met. They will not move forward with phase 2 until all applicable standards are met from the city. They are providing water quality benefits. I heard that in the tape. They are providing water quality. That is a requirement of your ordinance. They are providing stormwater management. There's 3 elements: water quality, there's a mid-level called channel protection, and there's flood protection. There's 3 elements: water quality, middle, it's kind of a water quality +1, and then they're going to meet all of those. And their plans, they show that they can develop phase 2 with that intent, okay? And then CCF, the first phase, I wasn't involved in any of this. I've actually never met the developers, wasn't part of the plan review team at all. But looking back at it, they did all of that floodplain cut around the wetlands, and their design for phase 1 enhances the wetlands. It's a hydraulic connection. The water's moving the right way in there. So they will respect that. We don't have that issue in phase 2, but we're being very cognizant of the natural features out there. They are currently proposing, and this would have to be approved and probably will end up being a little bit more, cuts in the floodplain of over 50,000 cubic feet. So they're adding floodplain capacity. That being said, the simple way to put this is there's no adverse impact on flooding, flood control, stormwater management, water quality as it relates to these two developments. To talk a little bit specifically, this is CCF Phase 2. What you see before you is a 10.5 acre site. The development is on the upper, and these are, we took round numbers on here, and it's obviously subject, I just took the whole bottom, just under 3 acres. The floodplain restoration part of this is another 3 acres, and that I'm not gonna talk about the transfer documents from back and forth, but that's the only other area impact. Almost 5 acres aren't being touched. Again, I believe in facts, and I think the facts are, you can't say that the whole thing's gonna be ravaged and then put back. It's really, these are the numbers that speak. The back 4.5 acres are not going to be touched. They're being left in their natural state. And that line is the floodway, and then we're gonna stay completely out of the floodway itself. So that area, and there's a lot of things we can talk about that area. Right now, they have a preliminary plan. They will work with engineering, they will work with planning, and make sure that that back area can be almost anything. It could be wet, it can be dry, it could be a ball field, it could be a wetland, it could be an outdoor classroom, it could be bocce ball courts. I don't know what else you're missing here in town for recreation, but you can fit it in there. Ropes course, right? Just because what they showed last month or last few weeks ago doesn't mean that's what it has to be. That is showing that they can make it work. We have the ability to make this be anything. I think a grass space or outdoor classroom, park area, whatever, I'm kind of Sterling Relief. I like the butterfly concept, right? And the planting is the natural area. There could be anything out there. And really what that fits into is the vision of what the overall corridor would be along the river. It is exciting to see the river finally take, for centuries, decades, we turned our backs on the rivers, right? Because they were kind of polluted and we didn't care for them. And now it's so positive to see this community with the recreating recreation actually turn towards the river. It's very exciting, right? Something that, again, I'm very proud of. So the process moving forward is real simple. Before a shovel goes in the ground, they've got to meet a whole bunch of standards, and that starts with the city, then it goes to Eagle, then it goes to FEMA, and we have the ability to make changes. Just what they presented last month, or a couple of weeks ago, excuse me, doesn't mean the final product. It's going to take some time, by the way, to get through this process, but there's a lot of things that need to happen, and nothing will happen until it's done. I heard, in watching the video, I heard a lot of comments about flooding, and I hate when those things come up. I just like when those things come up when you're talking a public hearing about a development. When really those folks, you guys have the finest staff here who handles these one-off issues routinely. Mostly of our complaints don't come from the river, they come from subdivisions. This isn't draining, that's not draining backyards, this, that, the other thing. And the city has always gone directly out to those places looking in the backyards, whether they engage HRC to do it or they do it with their in-house capabilities. I think there's some of those areas. We cannot stop this area from flooding. We don't even control the land, we don't control the flow, we don't control the site planning features, et cetera. So what we have to do is look at ways maybe to let the water out faster when it stops flooding, right, in other areas. There's a lot of ways that this staff, I can count the number of times we've done it, people have looked at it and said, hey, let's go out and help these folks with some of the surface ponding. But it's floodplain, it's there for a reason, and it's gonna keep going. So what have you done or are you doing? The flood insurance program is critical for any people in the city who want to get insurance or required to get insurance because they have a federally backed mortgage. Your stormwater standards are fantastic, and you gotta keep that going forward. Keep the river free of obstructions. Obstructions, which I'm going to show you some in a moment. Obstructions, even the first log jam will create a second log jam, and those log jams will make things flood at lower levels. So that bank, that bank I showed you in the beginning is only so much capacity. You start filling that with logs, next thing you know, it's going to go out of bank. So keeping the river free of obstacle, fixing erosion issue, cutting down trees, those things are done, are great ideas to keep this river where it is today. Revegetation, open space trees take up a great amount of water out of the ground, obviously clean oxygen, or I can talk about the health and community benefits of trees all day, but it's real important that we keep doing that. But trees die, things happen, and we need to manage our entire wood lot, through this area as well. Preserve, manage open space, detention basin optimization. Our stormwater management from 30 years ago is not the same as it is today. You've got a lot of detention basins in this community. There's something that I think this community can continue to work on. But as I talked about, 192,000 acres are not yours that are coming at you, or most of them. Participation with your surrounding communities, regional issues, regional forums, your drain office, public works, your upstream communities, Clinton River Watershed, is imperative that you're all getting on the same page with watershed management. And your other communities are doing that as well. But I think that's just how we continue to be better here in Sterling Heights. On the left is one of 25 log jams that we pulled out in that $4.5 million project. That's the river. You can't really see it, but that's the river that was there. This was the largest of the 25 log jams. The Clinton River hadn't been kayaked from end to end without portaging at least one of these in over 40 years. It's the first time, and I think the economic development of your the kayak liveries and canoe liveries, and the fact that you can safely do this now is a testament to a lot of this work. There's 400,000 cubic feet. I mean, that's a whole detention basin worth, or 8 detention basins worth of material pulled out of this one log jam, just to get the river flowing. And that's what it looks like on the right. You continue to bring resources to the river, the kayaks, obviously, and canoeing. It is a very, here's my public service announcement, it is a very, very fun float. But if you're an amateur, you got little kids, watch the gauge station. If the gauge station goes up, I would advise you to be careful, or talk to the watershed council, or talk to the livery in town to make sure, because it gets moving pretty quick. And other things you've been doing since the program, as log jams have formed, they've been removed as leaner, we call them leaners, as the trees continue to die or are diseased, or the river moves and it undermines the tree. Your DPW staff and volunteers through the various communities have been very good at keeping it clear. You cannot let the log jams, once one tree goes, it'll catch 4 trees, and before you know it, you'll have that other issue. So, and then bank stabilization, we meet with Kyle and Jason and Brent on a frequent basis and walk certain stretches and do remedial action when we see things coming towards the trails. When the banks seem to be eroding, we kind of go in there, and the city's been a good job of keeping them fixed as you go. So kind of in summary, floodplains are very complex. It's not an easy system to talk about runoff versus rain, to talk about upstream areas, but it really is, it's what we do, and we're trying to explain this, but it is complex. They should be actively maintained, including to protect to the extent possible, maintain the functionality. They are a great opportunity for passive and active recreation. You guys have done a really, really good job of that. And then also, in our opinion and review of all the materials so far to date, I don't see how CCF is creating any additional impact. It's a neutral, if not better, scenario than leaving it alone even. You're gaining 50,000 cubic feet. And then obviously, your river-focused efforts should be applauded. They're award-winning, but it doesn't mean you have to stop and not talk to the residents along the way, too. There's ways to help a lot of the conversations I heard from last month. And then I believe that to be it, except to say, when you embark on the audacious, cool, I don't know what words you want to use for a redevelopment of this nature that you're talking about, and you get to these properties, you can meet your economic development, you can meet your master plan objectives, and you can still protect these resources, right? And you can gain the money to do that. I just think it's really important to know that you can do both, and 2.5 acres of development fund the rest of this, okay? And I don't see a lot of other communities taking the initiative to do what you guys are doing. So I think it should be applauded. It should be done properly. It should be done with public input, as you guys have been doing. But long story short is, it's envious to me. I don't get to stand up here and talk about these kind of things very often. So with that, I will take back to the mayor and answer any questions you may have or whatever, or if Kyle, I'm sorry, I forgot
Yeah.
Kyle's going to.
Mayor, we just have one more brief presentation, then I have just a very brief closing comment. And now our Parks and Recreation Director, Kyle Langlois, will talk about the value of the 20 acres that we're going to have along the Clinton River, another 10 acres, 30 acres in total of open park space in the North Van Dyke area.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. So as we know, the landscape of our city is really considered almost fully developed. And with that development, the city's park inventory is spread quite a bit throughout. Don't know if presentation's ready there to the next slide. But city leadership decades ago made great strides in obtaining parkland for the benefit of our community, which now totals approximately 1,000 acres of land amongst 31 parks and green spaces. As we have seen development boom over the past 5 decades, the opportunity to secure additional space has slowed, with minimal increases to our park inventory. Even more difficult to come by is land that already borders existing parkland, making it more valuable to the city and the mission of the Parks and Recreation Department. In recent years, we have intentionally targeted and purchased property of value adjacent to existing parks, including purchasing an acre at Donovan Park in 2020 for the future expansion of parking in the amount of $128,000, and 4.3 acres west of Rotary Park just a few months ago for $150,000. That, when combined with the planned purchase of the Clinton River Canoe and Kayak site, will open up the doors for a full reimagination of the entire area. Turning our focus towards the current development under consideration, we are no strangers to the concept of having floodplain and floodway in our park inventory. As you can see, the following parks and facilities have amenities currently existing in floodplain. In general, it is common for floodplains to be parkland due to the inability for full development, making parkland and open space the highest and best use for a number of those areas. Not only is the highest and best use, but it also oftentimes becomes the setting for a natural and more aesthetically pleasing setting than being set in the middle of a highly developed space, neighborhood, or along a major road. In other words, it can provide our residents with a more serene and quiet connection to nature. With the above information in mind, the opportunity to gain parkland and open space at the rear of this property in this area is endorsed from a Parks and Recreation and conservation perspective. The green belt along the Clinton River is already a gem for our community, and the ability to add acreage contiguous to what we already own is extremely beneficial and desirable. Considering the countless existing recreational amenities located within our own floodplains, as well as across the world, I am confident that we can effectively work with engineers and landscape architects on a plan for transformational yet prudent use of the 8 acres of space to collectively benefit our residents, the revitalization of the North Van Dyke corridor, and equally important, the local ecosystem. In closing, I thank you for the opportunity to speak on this topic today, and I look forward to what the future holds for this corridor, as well as how the Parks and Recreation Department can play a role in bringing the plan to life. Thank you.
And Mayor, I just wanted to say in closing, the Parks and Recreation amenities that you just saw obviously are not inexpensive. And the whole point of this redevelopment district, as I mentioned earlier, is to generate new tax revenue. This redevelopment district, it's estimated conservatively, if it is built out according to the master plan, will generate anywhere from $50 to $70 million in new additional private investment that will then generate $10 to $15 million in new property taxes for the district to be used for the amenities that you've seen on the screen before you this evening. Now, let me just close by saying this. I know we're going to hear from a number of residents tonight that, notwithstanding the expert testimony, that there will not be adverse impacts to the floodplain from this development or the first phase development, that nonetheless, they're having flooding problems in their rear yards. That is a problem, and we recognize that. And as Mr. Burton indicated, we have some of these issues across the city. And so what I'd offer up to the city council is that administration would be happy to conduct an independent study of those who speak tonight that are experiencing these problems in their rear yards and determine what measures can be taken to mitigate some of their rear yard ponding. We have done this successfully in other areas of the city, in some cases working with residents to install drainage systems, in some cases regrading certain areas of public right-of-way, in some cases working with neighbors to ensure that plantings and other improvements to their property are causing problems to their neighbors' property in terms of runoff. But we've been able to work very effectively with some of these independent studies. So if council would like us to do that, we would need direction, and we'd be happy to follow through with these independent one-off studies, if you will, customized and tailor-made to address some of the very independent problems residents are experiencing. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vanderpool. Thank you, Mr. Burton. Thank you, Mr. Langlois, for your presentations tonight. Would the CCF like an opportunity to address the city council before we go to the audience?
Good evening, Mayor, members of council, Mr. Vanderpool. It's great to be before you again. I just want to recognize some of the folks that are here with us today, should you have any questions. Tom Haji, who is leading our housing efforts, Mr. Habib Hanouna, who's an engineer and also our on-site representative for our development projects, Mr. Kevin Dinhouse, our vice chairman. He's been doing business in the city since 1977. Mr. Rassel, Mr. Ayar, who are the attorneys representing the Chaldean Community Foundation on our developments. Also, I have from Alexander Bogarts, Mr. Xander Bogarts, and Mark Abernatha, who can answer any questions regarding the architecture of the project. I got from Nowak and Frost, Mr. Mike Kermas, George Ostrowski, also from Nowak and Frost. They could address anything from civil and landscape. And then we also have from Colliers, Mr. Steve Russo, who can address any issues related to the traffic. Separate from that, I just want to tell you that our Phase 1 project is underway, and God willing, it'll be completed in March of next year. The Chaldean Community Foundation is investing about $35 million in that project and projected to spend an additional $30 million on this Phase 2. The foundation serves more than 41,000 individuals a year at our center at 15 Mile and Ryan, nearly 25% of which are non-Chaldean. The center is open for all, and we serve many residents of Sterling Heights for the variety of services. This project also is open to all. It's not just for the Chaldean Community Foundation or members of our community, but open to all residents of Sterling Heights and the surrounding areas. We've looked at some of the plans and want to ensure our neighbors that there will be access. We will be creating some 15 acres of green space between the two properties, and absolutely want to make sure that there is access to those properties, and which we have been working with the city on. Whether it's the alleyway at the current property or even at the new proposed development, making sure that there's connection points to the river and the proposed parks. The other thing we've had some discussions on is to make sure that we bank some of the spaces if that's what the city is looking for us to do, so that people can park and then also have access to the parks once they're created. Just also want the council just to understand that our current development, which is our current property under construction, we purchased for almost $800,000 and are only utilizing 3 of the 10 acres and then donating 7 of those acres back to the city to create, hopefully, a public park. It was previously a vet clinic and some other abandoned building that we demolished and what we are creating today. So lastly, this is new attainable housing. Rental rates will be anywhere from $795 to $1,165. If you go to the Chaldean Foundation website, Anyone could look at the opportunity if they want to live at the new site or the proposed site that's coming up. And it's an independent group that selects the potential residents that will be living there. I'll be available for any other questions. I do enjoy, having the opportunity to be here in front of the city. We have plans to continue to grow in this wonderful city, and we appreciate the great work of the administration, members of your staff, and all the great dialogue we have with the council and other members of the city. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Manna, for your presentation. And again, to all of the individuals who spoke tonight. Okay, so we will now open public comment. And I imagine a number of you are going to want to speak under public comment. I imagine many of you were here for the last meeting about 3 weeks ago. You are all welcome to speak. Anybody who is here is welcome to speak one time. There is no second time to speak. So if you speak once, that will be your opportunity. You will have 4 minutes to speak. There are color-coded lights up here, green, yellow, and red. The green light will stay illuminated for 3 minutes. The yellow light will then be illuminated for the final minute of your allocated time, and then the red light will come on once it's reached 4 minutes. You don't need to stop mid-sentence when the light is red, but I do ask the courtesy of make your wrap-up brief. If you can, limit it to 5, 10, 15 seconds at the most to wrap up your thoughts and comments. Additionally, we went through this at the last meeting. I know the urge is for people to applaud the comments that they like. And I understand that. That's basic human nature. People do that. But what I would ask is that please limit your applause. Please don't applaud because it can have a chilling effect on other people's speech. Some people might want to speak but won't because they're afraid of what being booed. And it happens. We've been here plenty of times where one half of the room is clapping and applauding and the other half of the room is booing and hissing, and then vice versa. And it doesn't make for a good, productive meeting. It's not helpful to the city council. It's disruptive, and it'll add to the length of our meeting. So I just ask you to be respectful about that. You are welcome to speak on any issue that is germane, or any topic that is germane to this issue. So please limit your comments to this specific agenda item. And with that, I will open it up. I'm going to start on my right-hand side, and I'm going to move left. That doesn't mean once I leave the right-hand side of my right-hand side that you're not going to be able to speak. I'll go from my right to my left just to make it easier on me. And then once everybody has had an opportunity to speak from right to left, we'll see if there's anybody else that wants to, and then we'll move on to council deliberations. One final thing. You are welcome to ask questions. I write down notes, the council takes notes, the city manager takes notes, the city engineer. We've got pretty much everybody in the whole organization here tonight, okay? And every consultant as well. So everyone will be taking notes, but we don't engage in a back and forth. Okay, so when you ask questions, we're not being rude by not answering, we're taking notes. We'll try to answer all of your questions during council deliberations, okay? I hope that covers everything. So starting on my right, who would like to speak first? Yes, sir.
Hi, Dave Sidlowski. I grew up here, graduated from Stevenson High School, moved away to raise my family, and I'm back now. I also work for the CCF, and they do a phenomenal job. Now, my dad was a union worker, and we used to go to that park all the time, every summer, for the events that they had with the union. And I've seen that area for my whole life, and it needs to be redeveloped. And this company, the place that I work for, they do a real good job. And I'd really like to see this happen in the city. So that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else on my right? Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Council. My name is Kathy Shaner, and I live not too far from here. I am not in favor of the city selling the Old Bandic Amusement Park land for more apartments for $30,000 an acre after buying it for more than $60,000 an acre. You didn't offer the $30,000 price to the public. The land that was purchased in October of '22 was for green space for the city. To turn around and sell it for development is contradictory. Instead, develop the space for a park. Simpler accommodations can be made over the floodplain. The developer deeding 8 acres back to the city for a park makes no sense, as there will be no easy access for the public, although from the last meeting to this meeting, it sounds like they're going to take that into a little more consideration so that we have more access, more than just for the folks at the apartment. But what if the CCF decides to change their mind and not deed it back to the city? Like the city is changing their mind about not having it for a public space. Then what are we going to do? We're not going to have those 8 acres or whatever the configuration ends up being. In addition to another apartment building in a green space is not needed, you, the city council, have already passed the ICON proposal for micro apartments at 14 and Mound. The block is opening at 15 in Van Dyke, and the apartments in the Hobby Lobby parking lot are recent as well. This is in addition to the CCF's first phase, which is currently being built. I'm not against apartments, especially subsidized housing, as I'm a social worker and I understand the value people have a need. However, if there truly is a need in the city for subsidized housing, I'm just opposed to using the current green space for this. There are empty storefronts or land available with limited trees at 15 in Van Dyke, 16 in Van Dyke, the former Comcast building on Van Dyke, the old Abuelo's restaurant in Lakeside Circle, the empty Chili's building on Hall, the newly empty Mongolian barbecue building, the old Dooley's area that's got access to both Delco and Hall Road, the old McGahey Elementary School location, and not that the city is going to be happy with this, but there are 2 acres of vacant land on the north side of Hall in southbound M53 in Utica, which is the amount of space that the CCF is looking for, the 2 acres. Contrary to the Planning Commission ideas, residents of subsidized housing are generally not in need of charging stations for their electric vehicles. This comment illustrates how out of touch some of the Planning Committee members are. If you are looking to revitalize the poor area of Sterling Heights, as Mayor Taylor, you had said and then quickly apologized for at the last meeting, which I and many others have really taken offense to, folks with limited income with the need for subsidized housing do not have a lot of money to spend on proposed CHOPS, even in the first CCF development. As for additional businesses, we all know that Sterling Heights has an abundance of strip malls that are vacant, storefronts, fast food chains that are closing down locations and operating with limited hours due to a shrinking workforce, and the closing of Lakeside Mall, although Lakeside is being redeveloped. Regarding the mayor's comment at the last meeting that folks in favor of the development will not speak up at the meeting, I find that hard to believe. People speak up for what they want and what they believe in, and people will speak up even when they're outnumbered. To imply that the residents who are speaking up somehow are intimidating or overshadowing those who aren't speaking up is ridiculous. Back to green spaces. How is it that we have Dodge Park? I was trying to research and figure out how we got that land because it's a great property. We have, it's a wonderful venue for the community and a destination for reunions, picnics, music in the park, Sterling Fest, farmers markets, and having a good time with your family. What if the city council at that time had decided that they were going to overdevelop? We would never have that gem.
All right, thank you very much, ma'am. I'll take you next, Miss.
Good evening, City Manager, Mayor Taylor, and City Council. My name is Stacy Bari, and I have been a resident of the city of Sterling Heights nearly my entire life. I also a graduate of Stevenson High School, and I'm here tonight to voice my support of the CCF project. The organization does amazing work in the city of Sterling Heights. They do not only serve the Chaldean community, they serve the greater community, and I look forward to the development of this project. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Take you next. Yep.
Good evening, fellow citizens of Sterling Heights. I have lived in this city since before it was Sterling Heights. My girlfriend, when I grew up, her dad was the mayor, Mr. Martin. Mr. Martin is part of the reason why we have the ethos we do for Mother Nature. Dodge Park, our commitment to Mother Nature, the land, and our natural resources. Now, floodplain aside, let's talk about watershed. Watershed is all of the nasty chemicals and everything that goes through the soil that Mother Nature can't leach out, eventually goes into the river, goes into our lakes, and goes into our ocean. We only have one planet. Yeah, this is only 6 acres we're talking about, but do we really know how much difference that little 6 acres could make in cleaning the water so that kids could go fishing on the Clinton River? When I grew up here, you couldn't even think about canoeing the Clinton River. Dodge Park was a nice place to go hang out. A lot of things have happened, but what I see that this development is the same thing you already have at Dodge Park, and the same things that you're trying to develop at Lakeside. How many of these developments do we need? We got Freedom Hill. You got all kinds of music and all kinds of activity at Freedom Hill. There's all kinds of green space for community events there too as well. And I've participated in your surveys, and for 10 years, from the beginning, the first time I got that survey, I wrote dog park. And I got a dog park, but I gotta pay for it. Oh, well. But that's just the dog park. I'm talking about the water. Things come out of cars, antifreeze, oil. Let's not even talk about the salt and the chemicals that we put to keep the roads safe. If we're really going to commit to being progressive and innovative, like the signs on Van Dyke say that I drive by all the time, more culture the better. But there are plenty of other green spaces that are not attached to the river. That's all I want. Just don't build on my river. Don't build on our river. Let's keep it for everybody. If you're going to do something with the river, make it for everybody. That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Anyone else on my right side? Yes, sir?
Hi, Jim Bauer. I know you guys are excited to hear about professionals. I'm an architect in the state of Michigan. I have a big concern about your emergency preparedness plan for that building or buildings, considering that you're building an island in the middle of the floodplain, okay? And we get that big one, and something happens in that building, gas leak, electrical fires, whatever. How do our first responders get to the building if there's 3, 4, 5 feet of water, you know, on Van Dyke, and they can't get that, you know, 4-story ladder out to get them off the 4th floor? You're gonna put it in your little aluminum boat that you have for water rescue? You know, that's facetious, obviously. But that's a big concern, you know? Could it happen? Yes. Will it happen? Nobody knows. Could it happen next week? Could happen, you know, 10 years from now. Of course, if it's a 100-year flood event, the longer between the last one, the more chance we have of the next one, right? So that's the big thing. And in the city code for zoning ordinance, section 1604, permitted uses under F, it tells you you're prohibited from building residential structures in the floodplain. I understand you're building an island, it's gonna be above the floodplain elevation, but you still gotta get to it. You know, that's there for health, safety, and welfare. And as architects, we have to consider that. It's very important. I know you all got my emails today with all my other technical stuff. There's too many questions and not enough time in 4 minutes to ask them all. So, thanks for letting me speak.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bauer. Thank you. Next, sir.
Good evening, Mayor Taylor and City Council. My name is John Moronic. I was here last month. I just want to say to the audience, if anybody here has anything to say, you need to come up and don't take
Sir, you need
anything
to-
else. You
sir,
don't say
sir.
ditto or whatever, you come up and say your piece, please.
Sir, please address your comments to the city council.
Well, sir, okay, well, I'm just addressing comments. Again, sir, I was here, I'm glad you brought your subject matter experts, and I'll tell you, I'm a subject matter expert because I live in the floodplain. I live across Van Dyke on the west side. They are flooded right now, and you know, this gentleman brought up good points. What he failed and neglected to let everybody know is he never did address anything about the CSOs or the SSOs. You have no control over it, I have no control over it. And when I'm referring to that, that's the combined sanitary sewer overflows and the sanitary sewer overflows. The Pontiac treatment plant dumps into the Clinton River, which flows through here through Sterling Heights to the Red Run Drain. You have 12, the George Kuhn drains was referred to as 12 towns. They dump into the Red Run, which meets at Hayes, Utica Road. All the contamination, feces and everything, that's what causes part of the flooding. I also understand the gauge at the Riverland Bridge. Yeah, that used to give you a reading every hour. Now it only gives you a reading every 2 hours. There is no warning from the communities above Sterling Heights to what's going on or what they're sending and the trash that they're sending down to you. Warren also has their own treatment plant as well, and they dump into the Red Run. That all contributes to everything. And I guess the best way I can explain it to you, when you throw that much water and capacity into a small area, it backs up, and it continues to back up. Last month, we asked a few questions. I was told I couldn't ask questions. And again, I wrote to Mr. Opencino, who's the head at Eagle. I tried to get a hold of Mr. Durak, who is the engineer here located in Warren. He fails to answer back. I contacted Commissioner Miller's office. They're looking into it. They probably talked to you because that's what they told me in their email, and they want to know what's going on, because who is going to put the water back into the Clinton River by this reservoir that you're supposedly putting in? And I keep hearing different things, 2.1 acres, 2.3, 8 acres, whatever, that you're going to get back. If you're putting a reservoir in, you're not going to get 8 acres back. And then who's going to be responsible for draining it and taking care of the maintenance and everything else on that? I think the community of Sterling Heights would be better served having something else there other than another 4-story, 80-apartment building. And it's, again, it's a human safety factor, period. And again, the other gentleman brought up before me about that. The city of Utica had that with their senior center when they got flooded. The elevators go out, you can't get people out. Now you got to try to get a boat in there. A couple years ago, because of the flooding, we had a person die of a heart attack trying to get out of there. We had to call Shelby Township to come get him because Utica doesn't have a boat. So again, people are saying it ain't going to happen. I'm here to tell you, it will happen. So really give it some serious thought and address those other things that I hope that I brought up tonight that you'll look at too. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else on my right? Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Eileen Treppa, and I spoke the last time. I have been a resident in my home for 53 years, and something different is happening. I listened to all the experts here tonight, but also I look out my window, and things are different. Something is different since they started the construction. What I'm asking you is to look into it, because it is not good to have all the water laying there, all the mosquitoes, and there definitely something has happened since you started building. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Anyone else on my right?
I'm just going to show a picture again of the drainage problems that we seem to be having in our little area. So my understanding is that we can ask questions. My question has to do with the cut and fill areas that we keep being told are being done, that the cut and fill has to be done to compensate. So my understanding is in the first project, we were told by one of the engineers at the city before the last meeting, and I guess confirmed with Councilman Yanas, that the cuts haven't been done for the first project yet. They've filled in the area, erected the building, and for 2 years haven't done any of, or finished the cuts that were supposed to be done. So now we're gonna start the next project and fill in another part of the floodplain This is a backyard. This isn't the river. This is not the river. This is probably Mrs. Treppa, just to the left of my backyard, where during the last meeting, people were in our backyard kayaking. Like, I can't even call the police to have them come, because I don't know if the police have kayaks to say that people are trespassing in our backyard. But this is not just a little bit of drainage that isn't going away. This has been the whole summer. We haven't been able to use our yard. The mosquitoes are so bad. I've put some tomato plants in my driveway so that I don't have to go in the backyard. So we do need some help figuring out what's going on. I don't know why it's taken 2 years to do the cuts on the first property, and I don't know how, when you fill in the floodplain, that's okay when we're told they're gonna compensate for it. I don't know how long it's gonna take to do the next cuts for the next property. We're asking, we're not getting any information as far as when the things will be done. Yesterday, miraculously on Facebook, since the meeting was today, it said, oh, the cuts are just about completed now for the first property. So we were told they couldn't be completed because they needed the land to freeze, and that would be the best way to cut it. So now they're suddenly cutting it when it's not frozen, but now it's gonna be okay. It's just not clear what's going on, and all we're asking is just a little clarification. I know my husband got correspondence from the mayor saying he wasn't even aware that the cuts weren't completed for the first phase development. So we just would like some answers. We live really close, we're really worried this is what's going on this year. What's gonna happen when they do the next fill? I don't know what we're gonna do. We can't sell our house, I can't put this up for sale. So we're just concerned, and we'd just like a little bit of some answers on some of the things that's going on.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. We'll get that question answered. Anyone else on my right side?
There's a lot of people in here. I just had a couple random questions. So first, it's my understanding that the area behind where they're developing is planned to be a park or open space or unused for development. So my question is, and I don't know the details, so don't kill me with the details, please. If they're purchasing 10 acres of land, or if they've purchased 10 acres of land from Sterling Heights, there's a lot of, like I said, misinformation, I guess you could say, of estimates of like, okay, we paid $600,000 for this property, we sold it for a half or a fraction of that cost. But then my question becomes, why are they donating part back? Why didn't they just not purchase that part in the first place? Or same thing with this part, like if they're only gonna use 2 acres out of 10, why did we sell them to like the full 10 in the first place? Like why, that's I guess my question. And then on top of that, if we're not developing behind it, was the easement or the access point, is there gonna be a separate road that will say like, okay, this is open to Sterling Heights, the community, and not just the apartment complex? Because if I'm driving by and I see a big apartment building, me and my family are not gonna go in through an apartment building to go to the backyard to play in the park. I'm gonna assume that that park belongs to the apartment building. With Dahlia Park, there's access points. It's very clear that it's an open concept park, that I can go and play. I don't have to check in, I don't have to have a registration, I don't have to do X, Y, Z. So I guess that's my question on that, would be the easement part. I would like some clarification as to how the purchase part occurred, because I am a little concerned that I pay taxes, I have property value here, and I've heard 2 things. One, I've heard that, okay, they got a huge discount on the price of it, so we spent $600,000, we're not getting that money back by selling the property, we're losing that. But then we want money for other purchases throughout the community. So for me, I'm really concerned about that. If my husband went out and spent $600 and then sold that, whatever he purchased for 10, and then wanted to buy more items, I would have a problem with that. So I guess as someone who's contributing to that fund, I'm curious as to how that occurred. My mind just went blank, sorry. The other big question I had was traffic plans, because I drive through that area quite a lot, and even now, if you pull up on maps or try to get from point A to point B, you'll see the congestion on Van Dyke, especially at 5 o'clock. If you add in those apartment buildings, or double the apartment buildings, or even more across the street from what I seen in the first video or picture, yeah, we're increasing the population in that area. So my question then would be, what is the city's plans for the roads in that area to help get rid of that congestion, I guess, would be the question. The other question I had was, the property value thing has been a question that's been brought up, or something I've seen kind of on Facebook. Hey, you know, it's gonna increase our property values by adding this in, we're gonna redevelop it, we're gonna increase our property values. What that says to me is you're increasing my property value, which just means I pay more in taxes at the end of the year. It doesn't really benefit me if I'm not moving. I'm not selling my house. I don't have a plan to do that. So for me, I'm paying $3,000 a year in taxes. You increase my property value, let's say, oh yay, we doubled it. Now I have to pay $6,000 in taxes. So my question on that is, that may be a misunderstanding, but I just want to know how that part works. And like I said, there's a lot online that might be correct or accurate, so that's my questions, is just a clarification. That's it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So a number of those questions were raised at the last meeting. They were answered at that meeting. We'll answer them again today for you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, anyone else on my right? Now I'll move to the center portion. Take you first, and then I'll get Ken second.
Good evening, members of council, distinguished guests. Once again, here we are. My name is Patricia Sutton. I've been doing some research also, in addition to listening to all the self-aggrandizing and love fest that's been going on with the supporters. Let me tell you this. My big questions have to do with looking at supporting documents and asking about the subterfuge of the tree census. I looked at the tree census, printed out a part of it, highlighted trees that would fall under your ordinance for a landmark tree. The footnote says trees marked with an L are a landmark. There are none marked with an L anywhere on that census. So I am not surprised that I pulled up a schematic showing trees that are going to be removed, highlighted them. I counted on this partial page alone 11 trees that should qualify as landmark trees that are slated for demolition. They are not within the building zone. They are in the outer area. This so-called floodplain restoration, this so-called unused portion. What gives? Then we hear about how great elevation is going to be to mitigate flooding concerns. What about the people who are nearby on low elevations? What about the golf range? The people who have offices in that small building? What about the shopping center? Water will find its low spot. Not to mention these residents who are suffering already because of the first phase of this project. But now, we come to the crux of the matter, the most disturbing part of this entire proposal, and I am looking at them. City Council and Mr. Mayor. And you know why? Because you are showing gross mismanagement and poor stewardship of this property. And how dare you, come November, hold your hand out to this residents and demand more money in taxes so you can pull another stunt like this again. Let me tell you something. Any of you who vote yes tonight, it will be perfectly crystal clear to everyone that you are nothing but a money-grabbing hypocrite. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for that. Next, Mr. Nelson. Mr. Nelson?
Ken Nelson, Fire Steel Drive, Sterling Heights. I've got a couple issues. I said hi to Mr. Manna. This has nothing to do with the Chaldean Foundation. It has nothing to do, I respect what they do. It has nothing to do with us trying to put low-income housing in there, nothing whatsoever. This is safety and this is business. Now, I don't know how many of you have walked during one of these flooding events down Van Dyke, across the bridge that is right next to Van Dyke, and walk over to Pilot Properties. There's a sidewalk down there where you walk, one direction was flooded all the way up to the sidewalk. The other direction going into Utica was flooded all the way up to that sidewalk. Okay, the flooding and the amount of, I guess I'd like to hear from the experts on, there's a curve, quite a curve that is in the river, and at the speed that water was traveling, I imagine that's where all these backyards got flooded on Clinton River. But my big thing is a business deal, I think, that's going on. And I'm going to talk again about the $640,000 the city purchased. And at the last meeting, Mayor Taylor said, well, you've been working a long time, Mr. Manna, on getting all these things put together so that you can do these projects. I think he said 2016. Then we turn around and we purchase that property that we're talking about. We purchase it for $640,000 from the Grillos. Then we turn around and we've got this project. This project is actually $30,000 a developable acre plus $1 for the other 8 acres. I'm here to give you a deal you can't refuse. $1 for 8 acres, I will give you 10. It's 10 times that $1. How can you turn that down? I'll purchase it, and I won't allow cut and fill. That is dangerous what we're doing back there with that. Everybody can say this is just, we've had too much rain. And I'm really surprised there hasn't been the climate alarmist out starting to talk about that. That'll come up closer to the election. But what happened here? Yeah, we had an explanation from Mr. Bonner that things changed in the economic industry, and we just knew we couldn't get it. Okay, this is not. And I don't care that it was ARPA money. I don't care where that money came from. It still came to the city of Sterling Heights. I've had a problem with how we've spent our ARPA money from the get-go. All these nice things that you show the people you're putting together was ARPA money. It was a gift from the federal government, and it was still our tax dollars. So this thing right here has to be explained a little bit more. And the people are here to hear that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Nelson. Anyone else in the center portion? In the back, on my right?
Hi, it's me again. I'm the problem. Carmela Lacamari, I live on Chatsworth Drive. I've lived in the city for 38 years, so most of my life. I've, again, 18 years in housing. I'm grateful for CCF wanting to do affordable housing, because that is the thing that I've been coming here all the time saying is what we need in this community. That is not the location for it. To see somebody canoeing in someone else's backyard is very disturbing. Very, very disturbing, because who knows what could happen. I understand that it's not happening in your backyards. And it's easy for people to sit there and say it can be done when it doesn't affect them. It is affecting the residents of this community. The concern is the safety. The footage being so close to Van Dyke in that heavy traffic area. There are children in here right now. This lady had mentioned about going there at a park, how close to Van Dyke. No one goes there 45 miles an hour. I don't. I'll put it out there. I go 60 and above when I can in that area. To put a housing there is a safety issue. And you can roll your eyes all you would like, Mayor Taylor.
Well, I just think it's crazy you would admit to
You-
driving 60 miles an hour.
It's okay, because, and the reason why I admit that is because I'm transparent. I have integrity. So I'm honest about the stuff that I do in my life.
People's lives in danger as. the
I
intended
own up
mayor.
to what I do.
Go ahead.
Unlike certain members of this council who don't have transparency in regards to this. And it's right, purchasing $600,000 and then selling it for $60,000 and then putting a flyer up stating, well, we're donating it back, when at the last meeting, it was stated that the reason that the other acres were being given was because of liability purposes, so it wasn't on the city. But then you're acting like it's being donated back, when in actuality, it's not. Again, the traffic there, especially right now with northbound M59 or M53 being shut down now for 3 to 4 months, the traffic there, I come off there. It takes me over 20 minutes to get home. It should not take me that. It's costing me financially in gas, sitting there at the traffic light. The backup that I have to endure continuously when people are trying to make a left onto Canal, because the bumps are there now, people can't make a left out of the dispensary. You've got a dispensary that's literally gonna be across the street from this. The safety of those folks going there, they're not gonna go up to Hall Road to cross that traffic light. They're gonna run right across the street. We literally just had an innocent person killed because of a drunk driver. A month and a half ago, a 15-year-old was killed in the middle, or not 15-year-old, but a child, in the middle of Van Dyke after you guys put in the safety that's supposed to be protected there. A lot of us are not saying, yes, we need housing, and I've said it, we need affordable housing in the right location. And members of this council need to start being transparent. The experts to me is a lady who's been living in her home for 53 years and can't go out in her backyard. That's the expert. The expert to me is a lady who has a person kayaking in their backyard. It's not the individuals who have monetary stake if this is going to pass or not, and the hundreds of thousands of dollars or millions of dollars that they're going to be losing in their pockets. They don't care. They don't live in our city. So they don't care.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Anyone else in the center portion? Yes, sir.
Hello, Mayor, City Council. My name is Dave Billen, and I am a recent arrival to Sterling Heights, but I grew up in Hamtramck. My grandmother used to bring me up to the amusement park, and so I know this area. My dad worked at the Sterling plant for Ford for over 35 years. Having not lived in the area, I have lived in Tennessee. I've worked for Fort Campbell for the Army. I've been in emergency management. One of the first things that I bring up is risk mitigation, risk aversion. If you know something is going to happen at some point, you basically want to avoid investing or building in that area. The engineer talked about the problem isn't the rain, it's the runoff. That's kind of like saying, it's not the fall that kills you, it's the sudden stop. We've got 193, 1,000 acres of water, and we're talking about 2 acres, which is basically like pouring a glass of water in this room. Yeah, not a big deal, unless I'm pouring that glass in your seat and you've got to sit in it. And that's the problem with the people who are complaining. They live in that area. You buy a piece of property for over $600,000, and then you're giving it away for $30,000. That's financial malfeasance. That's all it is. I've heard, I feel, I believe, we'll see as we build. This is all in your previous meetings notes, which means we're not exactly sure. We think everything's going to work out, but what happens if it doesn't? We've got to jump through all these hurdles. It's got to be federal, it's got to be state, it's got to be local. If it doesn't pass those, then we're not going to do it. Well, what happens if you get partway through this cut and fill and it doesn't work? $35 million goes away? I don't know. What happens? When you guys approve a sale and change the building codes, the owner is not required to do what the city wants. I know that from being in another city. Development comes in, they go from agricultural to residential. Oh, yeah, we'll talk about giving another cutout from the development. Oh, yeah, well, we had to give up 20 houses. Didn't want to do that, sorry. City couldn't do anything about it because it was already approved. Is there going to be egress for the new living quarters? They want to give 1.36 parking spaces per unit based on 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom. Now, the state says 2. Frankly, you know, if you're going to jump through the hoops, these people, myself, we're going to make sure that all hoops are jumped through. We're not going to look for any ability to, we're going to give you a variance here. We'll put this online. We will get with the press. Frankly, the people who vote for this understand that when the next election comes up and you're due for election, you will be accounted for. The folks at the CCF, great people, they do great things. We're not talking about whether this is good or bad. We're talking about whether it's the right thing for the people in the community, for the community as a whole, and whether it's got the right financial responsibility. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, sir. Anyone else in the center portion? Ms. Nayez?
Good evening. I'm not going to beat a dead horse. Most of the things that are on my list have already been commented on. I would like to thank Mrs. Surowski and Mrs. Schmidt for their comments at the last meeting. The city's going to be asking for a millage increase to purchase in part green space. It would be a good show of good faith to keep this property. And by the way, green space does not have to be developed into parks with swings and picnic tables and even trails, just serene and green. A lot of people just want to be able to say, it's like being in the country and I'm in the city. You've got something to look at besides development. And one other comment that I'd like to make is that it's perfectly fine for the city to be introducing interested parties. However, it's not the city's business to purchase property for redevelopment. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Nayez. Anyone else in the center portion? Mr. Shea?
I got here a couple hours before the meeting because I didn't know if I wanted to stay. I didn't even know if I wanted to waste my time coming down here. I want to thank Mayor Pro Tem Surowski, Councilmember Koski and Schmidt for your votes and your comments at the last meeting. It amazes me that the city bought this property. The question I have, you have a choice. If this is voted down today, I want to know if the developer is going to come back towards the city and sue us for not getting what they want. It's just a question I have because we've had some other litigation in the communities. We had a litigation with Freedom Hill. We had a litigation on the mosque on 15 Mile Road. So I hope we're not opening a big can of worms. You walk through the lobby today, you're asking for a millage to buy for green space, to plant more trees, for a paddleboard, whatever, kayak park and everything. Like the speaker before me, you don't have to build anything on this property. The city owns it. You can keep it natural, like you did at the nature preserve up in the north quadrant. I don't know if you guys realize how you got on Clinton River, North Park off of Riverland. Your on Clinton Metropolitan Authority owned that. They deeded to the city for $1, and it has to stay a park. Dodge Park was part of the Dodge Park system, and that was owned by the state. And I remember when you used to have to pay to go in, and that has to stay a park. We have a great buffer from Heritage Park across the street, and we can just keep it green. I walked that site. There are some huge trees on that site. It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. You put on this dog and pony show today. Why didn't you do it 2 or 3 weeks ago with all the experts and stuff? There was a lot of questions, and you bring all these people. It's not about the Chaldean Foundation or anything. It's about what's right. I've lived in this city I'm 64, I've been here 62 years. I've watched the whole city be developed. I watched things disappear. And it's amazing, it's nice to see people come here to speak out. I wish some of the people that lived here a long time would have came out here sooner to talk about the master plan, talk about other development. Sometimes Charles Jefferson, myself, and Mrs. Fitch, Marcinek, we were the lone voices. I wanted to come down here because I knew if I didn't speak out, I'd really be disappointed in myself. Because I didn't speak out against the first 4-story building behind Riverland. That should have never been built there. You have all this land in the city. You're cramming all these buildings in such a small space. I hope, whatever you decide, I can tell you for a fact, if this goes through, regardless, I am definitely going to vote no on that millage in November. That's for sure.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Shea. Who'd like to be next? Yes, sir.
Hi, Joe Walecki, 34-year resident. I was here last month, and I was able to attend the planning meeting for this as well. I appreciate the engineer coming out, talking, filling us in. I think one of my main concerns still, though, is you are narrowing a channel where water flows. So I've got a bit of swiftwater rescue background, and I'm not an engineer, but I do know when you squeeze water into a place, it comes up. So I'm still worried about more aggressive flooding. Because right now, yeah, I bought a house on floodplain. Not a big deal. I knew what it was. And it stays kind of within a range, and I'm good with that. If it starts coming up a little higher, though, is that going to start encroaching on things that were never wet before? I don't know. I'd also like to say I'm a fan of the North Van Dyke Master Plan. I was in with I did a lot of the public outreach stuff and filled out the surveys. I like the plan. I like what we did. I think this could be like a smaller footprint, though, in this area. Like a 4-story apartment building of this size seems too big for this spot. My next concern is also traffic. I know a lot of people harped on it, and I know that, M53 is being worked on, and it's a little rough right now on Van Dyke. That's still a lot of people to be cramming into a small area, especially if we're still trying to do that road diet thing. I don't know if that's ever going to happen. That's still in the plan, but I don't know. It seems like more people, smaller road, not good. I think that's all I've got for right now. Just to wrap up or to reiterate, I'm worried about more aggressive flooding, not that it floods. I'm lucky enough that it flows out pretty quickly from my yard. I just don't want it coming up much higher. I like the Van Dyke Master Deck Plan. I think it's a cool idea. I want cool stuff behind my house. This just seems like too big for this area. Thanks.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Beelan, the original Mr. Beelan? No offense. Beelan, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council. There are a couple of issues I want to talk about. One is, somebody up there, a bunch of them, you were saying experts. How long is an expert? I think since I've been here in the city over 30 years, in the House over 30 years, I would think my testimony today would be expert. First of all, is traffic. A one-day study is not an expert opinion. It's an opinion. Mine, I'll tell you, I am there every single day, Sunday through Saturday. And I don't care what day it is during business hours, it's terrible. You have from the light at Clinton River all the way back to where Phase 1 would be, and this was on a Sunday, it was backed up. And this is not even when you have the apartments there. So I guarantee you, it's gonna be a lot worse. Yesterday, I know you got the detour, me and my brother, the backup was from the roundabout 18 and a half all the way to Hall Road. Today, the backup was from Riverland to Hall Road. It's not gonna get any easier, it's gonna get a lot worse, I can guarantee you. I don't see anybody here that can say, it's in my backyard. Well, it is in my backyard. If Phase 2 is there, it's within 1,000 feet of my house. So I got a big stake in flooding here. I can't even go in my backyard because of mosquitoes right now. It's never, ever been as bad as it is this year. I don't care what I use. I use off on the grass, they're still there. Mosquitoes, they just love the area. They breed, and I know they do fly quite far. So I don't know if the city wants to say, okay, we're gonna put pucks like they do in Dodge Park, but you gotta do something about that. I guarantee you, there are a whole lot of people in the neighborhood, and they could say the same thing, that they're not enjoying the outdoors now because of the mosquitoes. Those mosquitoes might have West Nile virus, they might have Zika, I don't know. And do you know? You don't know until it happens. Like my brother was saying, I believe, why don't you wait until Phase 1 is done, if it works, to see if the cut works, before you do Phase 2. It's terrible to say you are going to do something to see if it's going to work. You're talking millions of dollars. How much money does Mr. Manna have out of his pocket, not taxpayers' funds, from a nonprofit or from the state of Michigan in terms of funding? Great, he has secured funding, but let's see what his stake in the game is to say, okay, I want to build it, it's going to be my money. I'll tell you, if I could get $100 million, I'll buy the property. It's not going to happen, but he's constantly said stuff that's incorrect, and he's corrected himself numerous times. One is there's a waiting list during the planning meeting. Two, during the last city-county meeting, there's no planning meeting. So which is it? Is there, waiting list. Is there a waiting list or not? Don't know. I looked at the website that he says, well, there's information on the website. There's nothing as of today. There was nothing a week ago. There's nothing a month ago. So whatever he says, you could take it as far as you want, but I'm not going to take it as far as I could walk out of this room. I got a lot of other things to do, obviously. I only got 15 seconds left, and I'll say, all the money that you're spending in the area, that's fine. What's the return on investment? You buy something for $640,000, you sell it for 60? That's not a good return on investment in my books. Have a good day.
All right, thank you, sir. Anyone else in the center portion? Yes, ma'am.
Elise Ulecki. I live directly behind this proposal. I'm going to be a little bit all over the place. Couldn't make it to the last meeting. My husband drove 3 hours here to come to it last time. I want to say, I don't want to repeat a lot of what everybody else is saying. I want to say that this is very important. I wish that people would acknowledge how important this is to us. We have young children. I've lived here 15 years. I've lived in Macomb County 35 years. This is the first date night I've had with my husband since having children. This is how important this is to us. Has it been raining a lot more? It has been. I feel that I need to say that how disrespectful the last meeting was, that I'm sorry you missed your golf game. I'm sorry that people didn't have to irrigate their lawns. That is very disrespectful. We've lived in our home for 15 years. Does it flood? Yes, it floods. It floods at the speed of the river once or twice a year. It has been flooded this entire time. To say that a small 2-acre property isn't gonna make a difference, I think that that is ignorant, because if you thought it wasn't a big deal, then you would allow every person that lived in your city to cover their entire land with concrete, build as many buildings as they wanted. You wouldn't specify that they couldn't put more than one shed. You would not have those regulations if you thought it didn't make a difference or add up. I think the amount of variations being allowed in order to put this in place is also obscene. We talked about it before. The amount of parking not being met, the setback, the commercial space. To be honest, my husband has more free time than I do. He gets to ride his bike a lot more. To his point, it would be great to have a cafe, an arcade, something that engages citizens, something that we voted on, something that we asked for. And instead we're saying, maybe we're gonna have 1,100 square feet, but they can use this other building, so just let us do it. I don't think that's okay. I'm not against apartments. I agree with a lot of people that with all of the cement in the city, there are better places to put them. But I think that that commercial space needs to be more inviting, it needs to be more robust. And I agree with everybody else saying, if there's a park behind an apartment building, I'm not gonna think I can just take my kids there. That's gonna feel like trespassing. We live on the trail. People, when the trail is flooded, they walk up our yard. We have to deal with that. We worry that someone's gonna fall coming down the hill because they just decided to cut through our lawn. People with scruples are not going to just walk behind a private property and assume that they can use it. Nothing had ever been answered or addressed about that. The other question we had was, did other people know they could purchase this property for $60,000? If a bike shop wanted to open for $60,000, if a knitting shop wanted to open for $60,000, $60,000 is attainable for somebody? When you say it's, 10 acres of property, not one small business was gonna think that they could afford that. And I think a smaller footprint could have had a big impact on the corridor without adding all of this cement and potential other problems. Sorry, I'm very, not good at public speaking. As far as traffic's concerned, the traffic ebbs and flows there. It is terrible. I drive the same route home every single day from work, and I still put it in Waze because obviously it's gonna change. Today, Riverland, 3 lights just to turn. It can only get worse. I know that Utica is a different city and the dispensaries are there. I agree with everyone between that traffic and additional traffic. One day of looking at it isn't going to, confirm that nothing's gonna happen there. As far as mentioning the pocket park, okay, we just said nothing had to be done there. There's no reason to change this green space that we currently own. We don't have to invest any money. We don't have to spend any money. It can stay green space. The animals can still be there. And the last thing I wanted to add, the boardwalk looks awesome. I can tell you the wood isn't maintained on the path that we currently have, so I don't see how Parks and Rec would maintain a raised boardwalk on a property.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Anyone else in the center portion? Okay, I'll move on to the left, my left, in the back.
Good evening, City Council, Mr. Mayor. My name is Shannon Billen. I am a 30-year resident of the Dresden Village subdivision, and I am a lifetime resident of the Tri-City area. I grew up at Utica. I went to Utica High School, and I can tell you 2 things about Hall Road and Van Dyke. The first thing is an extremely busy and very, very dangerous intersection. It always has been, as long as I can remember, from when I learned to drive to this very day, and has only gotten worse. I avoid it at any costs. I will continue to avoid it at any cost, regardless of what you build there. But being in the subdivision that I'm in, as my fellow residents will tell you, the constant scream of sirens on Hall Road is as familiar to us as the sound of birdsong. And it gets really old. Also, there is the drag stripping. Yeah, love that after midnight. That's terrific. So there are serious traffic issues there that have not been addressed, that have been an issue for as long as I can remember, much less as long as I have lived here. None of that's going to get better adding multifamily housing in that location. I won't address the flooding, although the flooding is terrible, but everybody else has said a lot. But I will say this, the city talks a lot about bringing young people to live here. And they are correct in that. You should be doing everything you can to get young people to move here. I have raised two children in this city. They are both college graduates. They both have solid middle-class jobs. They cannot afford to live in this city, and they do not want to pay somebody else's mortgage. They want their own house. They want to build a life and invest in their own future and not pay rent. So apartments, I guess, are okay, but if you really want to attract young people here, you need affordable housing that they can buy, okay? My children and their friends, and there's 5 of them this year, have purchased homes. Not in Sterling Heights, in neighboring communities where they can afford to purchase a home. And there's no reason for them to come here. I mean, now that, we have schools of choice, they can live anywhere in Macomb County and send their kids to whatever school is close and, that they feel is appropriate. So like the draw of, Utica schools, that's not it anymore. You need affordable housing that these kids can build a future with. So I'd like you all to take that into consideration when you're building these apartments, which honestly, they're not attractive. Okay, so that's what I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Anyone else on my left?
Hello. Hello, Council. Hello, Mayor Taylor. My name's Martha Johnson. I live in the city of Sterling Heights. I actually was one who moved here with my parents when I was just a young child, so I've been here over 54 years. I too had to move out of the city for a while because houses even back in the 80s were quite expensive here and they kept going up. But I was so happy when I finally moved back and I live by Farmstead Park, which I love. I love the parks. I love what the city of Sterling Heights has done to the parks. It's probably one of your greatest accomplishments. And I was shocked one day to see these new apartments in Riverland. And let's be, I want to be frank that I didn't even know they were going up. I think I called the city when I saw them and I said, what's happening? And the city planner said, well, this has been in the plan since I think it happened during COVID. So I'm sorry that I didn't watch and I wasn't keeping up what was going on in the city. I think we all were all preoccupied with other things. But one of the things I want to say is the apartment building, it's there, so it's already going up. Why do we need to build 80 more units? I don't see how we can support it. And I mean from the sewer system, I'd like to know, can our sewers maintain all that? Our bills keep going up. Our water bill, our monthly water bill, has more than doubled or tripled since I moved to Sterling Heights, and it continues to go up. I feel like all of our taxes are going up. All the houses have gone up. Like the previous woman, my children too couldn't find a house in Sterling Heights. It's too expensive right now. I don't feel like this is the best way for us to use our natural resources too. I want the parks to increase. I don't know why they can't be used as a park area. Use that area. You already got the apartment. You already got the extra money coming to the city for that. Why do you need to build 80 more units? It just doesn't make sense to me from a practical standpoint. And I think we need to reconsider that. And I think we need more people in the city to realize that this is really happening, because I don't think everybody knew this was happening. So I really hope you reconsider that. I want to reiterate the traffic. Nobody who lives here knows. Everyone that lives here knows. Hall Road, Van Dyke Canal is really bad, and it only gets worse every day. I drive there every Sunday on our way to church, and I'm always shocked how busy it is on a Sunday. And ever since they put in the dispensaries, it's gotten doubly worse. And, that's really, really a big concern for that whole area. I don't think it's going to be a safe area to put in a lot of extra residents. I can't imagine what the traffic's going to be with the apartments that are already built there. Could we at least wait till those are actually full to see how much extra revenue that brings in, how much extra people that brings in, and actually see if it's going to be worth the retail part there too. The other thing I want to mention, Partridge Creek, remember when that got built up? Oh, this is going to be great, the retail is going to be great. Well, those big stores couldn't even make it a year, or how many years they were there. So let's think about if it's worth taking away natural resources from the citizens. I don't want to see that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Anyone else on my left?
Hello. I guess the fun part about going last is everything has pretty much been said, so I'm going to reiterate mostly what everyone else has said. Traffic, horrible, 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 horrible. I drive that way every day, and I have to sit there just to make a turn onto Riverland from 19 Mile. That's just a little jog. Horrible. The flooding in April. My daughter visited a friend in Riverland Apartments, which is right next to the development that you guys want to build on. I had to put a new engine in her car because she was in a parking spot that flooded at the beginning of this year. It was not cheap. And you guys want to build a whole apartment complex in a flooding area. If you want to develop that badly, I will agree with one of our other citizens, put small businesses in there. Put small businesses where we can go to a nice bakery or a knitting shop or a nice little cafe where we can sit outdoors and enjoy the area. We don't need another apartment complex to add so many more people in a small area. We don't need 3 activity centers in a 1-mile radius. You are already using Lakeside Mall for a civic center, amphitheater. We've got Dodge Park with the amphitheater, and you want to put one over on Van Dyke. I sit right in that little bowl. I do not need to listen to music every day of the week coming from the east, the west, and the south. Okay? If you really, really want to develop, how about a grocery store? A grocery store more than the Kroger we have on Shaner and Canal. That is the worst with an overpopulated area. Shove all those people in there on a Saturday afternoon. Has anyone gone there on a Saturday afternoon? It is the worst. So basically, I'm saying no, voting no on this development with the reasons that everybody else has given here tonight. So thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Anyone else on my left? Yes, ma'am?
Hello, my name is Sarah Fisher, and I'm a resident of Sterling Heights. I live at around the intersection of Canal and Van Dyke, a little closer to Ben Hadley Park. I live in another apartment complex, and my boyfriend and I recently moved to the area. We're a young couple. We're excited to move to Sterling Heights, and we saw that, you know, they had like a sustainability plan, a sustainability commission. I really like the master plan, and I really want to live in an area that is mixed-use development and has stores and has things that we can walk to. We ride our bikes to that intersection of Canal and Van Dyke, and then we like go on Hall and turn around, and it'd be much easier if there was more like bikeability and walkability and that first story of mixed-use development with apartments on top. That really is something that, you know, we're looking for. And I think it would be great if all of the bioswales are put in and the engineers are designing the apartments appropriately with drainage systems, and if it's designed in a way that's meant to withstand that much water and flooding and brought to a higher elevation. And if that is thought about, engineered, and supported, then I think that's great, and more sustainable and more sustainable community. So I think that's great.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Anyone else on my left? Yes, sir?
Good evening, City Council and Mayor. My name is Steve McKay. I've lived here for 55 years in the city, 38 years on Utica Road by the Nature Center. I'd like to start out on a positive note and thank you for all the really good things you guys have done. This one doesn't fall in that category as far as I'm concerned. I started about 30 years ago with Al Martin on the Clinton River cleanup. I've watched that river grow over the years. And so problem with what's going on here is everyone talks about the 100-year floodplain. Well, the 100-year floodplain is based upon what's gone on before this time that we're facing right now. During this period of time, it's changed. The climate has changed. Everyone knows that, right? I think everyone agrees it's not the same. That's all we've heard all night. So just think if it's on the way of getting worse. So 10 years from now, 100-year floodplain doesn't mean anything. So we're making decisions that isn't based on future projections. It's based on what's gone on in the past. And the idea behind it is you put this up and 10 years from now, it's a disaster. It's all on you guys. So, you know, I mean, I got notes here. That's mainly the main thing about it. At the last meeting, it was mentioned that, well, it's a bunch of people up here talking about their backyard flooding. I'm one of the fortunate ones. I have the high ground. Mine doesn't flood. My two neighbors between me and the nature center, they have not been able to use their backyard for the last 3 years. It's flooded right now. The property we're talking about is flooded. So the point I'm making with that one is we got subdivisions everywhere that are flooded. And the reason is the storm drains all go to the creeks, it goes to the river, and it drains. So if the rivers are overflowed, the streets can't empty. People's basements have a problem with flooding. And if you allow this to go in, it isn't helping. In other words, like instead of putting all this effort into trying to squeeze your foot, a size 14 shoe into a size 6 shoe, why don't you take this opportunity and use this property and do a bunch of cuts in the property to help relieve the flooding that's on the river? Utilize it for what it should be used for. Maybe that way there they can help it. Now, it can help with the flooding. The city has got property it owns. How many acres is this plot here at the end of 18 Mile Road the city owns? What about the property right here at 18 in Utica Road on the corner? Put that building there. We'll find somewhere else to park for the festival once a year. And then they're close to all the amenities that are here for the city. And that's what I would do with that part of it. When you talk about we're going to get 8 acres back, really? I saw one of your experts here say today that they're using 4.5 acres. We're going to get back 4.5 acres. And so of the 2 acres they're getting, are they doing all their retention ponds and everything on that? I'm not too sure. But if the mayor and the city council members are sincere about doing what's best for all the current and future city residents, you should do the right thing and vote no to this project so we have a chance of getting everything straightened around and you guys have a chance of getting reelected. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Anyone else on my left? Mr. Graff?
You really need a taller microphone. Hello, my name is Mark Graff. I'm a Sterling Heights resident for 25 years. I've already written to you about a lot of things on this proposal, and this won't be as long as those emails. Yippee. These comments are inspired this time about a single individual tree. Today I stood next to and touched tree number 2168. And tree 2168 is a chinkapin oak. It's misidentified on the tree survey, by the way, but the diameter is correct. And these are some of its leaves that were dropped from a recent storm. The tree is huge. It's about 14 feet in its circumference. And there's many more just like it in the same area. And oaks are slow growers, okay? So you can estimate this tree's age is about 264 years. So you think about that, some little acorn sprouted in 1760. 1760. All the storms it's weathered, the forming of a nation, human conflicts, development, farming, pollution, floods, you name it, that tree is still there. We give it a metal tag with a number, mark it with an X on a piece of paper. Now, its fate's going to be determined by your votes. And sure, we have an ordinance that tries to protect landmark trees. And I know the limitations of that ordinance. The Sustainability Commission spent more time reviewing it and debating it, probably more than Mr. Koszewski, just without billable hours. So this oak and many other landmark trees like it are targeted for removal by this development. The applicant has indicated they don't intend to replace any trees, landmark or otherwise. It appears they're using the intended city trees, basically back along the Clinton River, as collateral to meet the ordinance for what they plan to remove from the cut and fill operations. And if I asked you to transfer the deed of your house to me so I could go secure a loan at a bank, then once I secure that loan, I give the deed back to you, that doesn't seem right, regardless of what the ordinance says. So finally, after 264 years, this old oak may have just met its match. It's a wicked storm of politics and money. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Graff. Okay, anybody else? Can you please, anybody else on my left? All right, if not, I'll go back to my right. Did you speak already, sir? I did not. Okay, come on up.
Good evening, Steve Shana, 8300 Clinton River Road. Spoke to you before. I emailed several of you as well, twice. Those of you this last time who I thought were more open-minded. A couple of you, I realized you are not, unfortunately. But as they say, a picture says 1,000 words. My wife already spoke and showed you one picture. I have a series of pictures that I call my timeline. And as my neighbor, Ms. Malecki, indicated earlier, these events normally occur once or twice in our yards, but this year it has been constant, as I will show you. My backyard. Just south of my backyard.
Other way. There we go.
A little more. Okay, just south of my backyard. It looks like the river, but that's supposed to be land. Again.
Sir, why don't, if I could suggest, why don't you take all the pictures off except for the one that you're showing?
Okay.
Little wonderful.
Sure. Okay, again, my backyard. Just south of my backyard, again, including Eileen Treppa's yard, which she spoke earlier. Told you she's the resident that's been here for 54 years. This is just north of my house. I hope you get a feel for how huge that is. Again, all mosquito stagnant water. My backyard again. again, south of my backyard, again, including Eileen's backyard. Again, my backyard. South. Yesterday, just south of my house yesterday. And of course, we wouldn't want to forget today. That's my backyard today. There's south, including Eileen's. Again, looks like the river, but again, that's supposed to be yard, folks. And again, this is my neighbor. You can see their yard basically is gone. It is all water. So, I would like to say two things. One, Mr. Mayor, you indicated that we all live on the riverbank at the last meeting. Clearly, I've just demonstrated to you, we do not. I am quite a bit north of the riverbank. Secondly, I'd also like to remind Mr. Vanderpool, you kind of mentioned that we had some one-offs earlier that the city might be willing to help. Again, as I've just demonstrated to you, there are many of us that are being affected in this area. We are just not one-offs. We are several homes. I do believe this project will go through tonight, regrettably, but I do, again, want the residents and the council to see what is happening in this area. And again, I've been here over 20 years. Eileen's been there for over 50. This has not happened before, anywhere near what is happening. I may have gotten one day of flooding before, and the water would move out very, very quickly. Again, as Councilman Yanez has talked to me about before, the water table is up. He's right, of course. But again, the water table can't go down because we are having so much flooding. That's, of course, a serious problem. And of course, my wife and I are, as she indicated earlier, how do we even attempt to sell our home? Again, who's gonna wanna buy a mosquito pond in their backyard? You can't go in the yard. Again, a couple of council members came over my house to see for themselves, and they were again swarmed and eaten up by mosquitoes in my yard. They've seen it again for themselves. Again, the disease, the bacteria, the algae that has all kinds of who knows what in that water. This is not a healthy situation, friends. Again, this is something that needs to be addressed. I acknowledge that this project will probably go through tonight. I just hope the city is willing to do something for us to help give us some relief. I thank you very much.
All right, thank you, sir. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
I'm not a good speaker and I'm not politically correct. All I wanted to do was say a couple things. One is that sale, it's not cool. I don't know what you guys did, how you did it, doesn't sound right, and you all know don't, everybody knows it. 15% deduction for flood insurance. I don't know if you guys have flood insurance. It's a joke. 15% is nothing. There's been a problem with our drainage, even where I live. There's something going on with our drainage system. People that are getting it fixed, it's coming out of our pocket, none of you, and nobody's helping anybody with the drainage in all these floodings, in all of the basements. Low income. When you start bringing in all these apartments, you're bringing in problems. Fact. This is a family-oriented city. I raised my children here, my grandkids are here, and all of a sudden, it doesn't seem like we're family. And that's what Sterling Heights is. We were all family. It's like we all knew each other. We didn't have a problem. You have 2 new apartment buildings, low income on Shaner. You have one now on 15 in Van Dyke. Now you want to put this one up? We're not New York, guys. We're family. We have parks. We have Freedom Hill, we have Dodge Park. One of the pictures had a library on there. There's a library right here on this property. Like, are we gonna close this one down and move like they did the 911 and everything else you guys are doing here? We have to watch for Sterling Heights. I think you all live in Sterling Heights, right? Start paying attention to all of us, because you're not. You're doing things that doesn't seem very right. I'm not accusing anybody of anything, but something's wrong here. I don't have anything against anybody, but things are changing. Traffic, everybody's told you about the traffic. You all know it. Come on, you guys drive up and down Van Dyke. And those poor people with their backyard like that, man, I'd be getting an attorney and suing somebody, because the drainage right here has gone wrong. There's something wrong with it, and it's just been recently. I've lived here for over 23 years in the same house, and my drainage on my court, there's something wrong, and no one's doing nothing about it, and if it's done, we're paying for it, none of you.
All right, ma'am, thank you. Anyone else like an opportunity to speak tonight? Once.
There's a couple people over here, Mike.
What?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council, and everyone who has made presentations. My name is Linda Champion, 38714 Arcola Drive. Been a resident of Sterling Heights for, since 1979. Fortunately, I'm in an area that enjoys the Plumberg Drain. I call it the Crick because I'm a farm girl. And it's a beautiful area of the city. You've done a wonderful job with Dodge Park. You've done a wonderful job with a lot of the things. This, however, doesn't make sense, just dollars and cents. If you're paying $640,000, give or take, and then selling for, give or take, $60,000 for 10 acres, or for 2 acres, boy, I'd really like to sell you some land. It doesn't make sense. I don't care that it is whatever money that came from the federal government. I don't care that the proposed structure is going to be financed by MSHDA. It's all our tax dollars. You have a fiduciary responsibility to the citizens of Sterling Heights. I would appreciate a no vote. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Anyone else? Ms. Catula?
City Manager, Mayor, City Council members, thank you. So I was here the last time and, I took some notes and so I took some notes now also. I've been a resident for 37 years of Sterling Heights. Not only do I live here, but I do work here also. And also sit on the school board, Warren Consolidated School Board. And I'm a very positive resident, and I like to, it's very strange to be on this side, right? Usually I'm on the other side hearing parents complaining. And we try to do the best for all residents, right? I do commend you, the city council and the mayor, because I'll tell you, we have the lowest taxes. My sister lives on a neighboring city, and she pays a lot more taxes for a house half the size of mine. And my property value, I would like to thank you, tripled when I purchased my home in Sterling Heights. When the residents were saying their children couldn't live here, that's absolutely correct, because my children also couldn't buy a house here because the values are so high. And I mean, that's a wonderful thing. We could be coming out here and saying property values are going down, right? So a couple of the things that, that I was hearing and listening, when you talk about a flood, I do have, my cousin was gonna come with me. She lives on 17 in Van Dyke today, and she couldn't come because her basement flooded. And she was sending me pictures of her basement flooding, and I sent her pictures of my basement flooding because it's been so rainy, right? And I've come to many council meetings, I think a lot of them connected to traffic. Mostly, maybe this is the first year I've actually heard a lot about the flooding. One of the residents mentioned something about this not being important to you. I'm gonna tell you, every face you're looking out here, I think it's very important to you. I think you guys have made it and acknowledged that this is very important because we wouldn't have a crowd here right today. And I think some of the people that did come with me do feel a little bit intimidated to come up and speak. And they are residents of Sterling Heights because I'm looking out. I do have one of my old neighbors, Tom, back there that I haven't seen in many years, show up today. So I'm very excited about that. And then someone talked about a waiting list. So I think what maybe somebody misunderstood, but what Martin was talking about, we serve a diverse group of people in our office. And when someone comes in and asks, oh, you need affordable housing, someone keeps talking about low-income housing. This is not low-income housing. This is affordable housing. I mean, between $800 and $1,100, it's not low-income housing, it's affordable housing, which there is a difference. But it's a waiting list that we had put together because people that are coming through the door are asking for more affordable housing. And I think that this would be something positive. I know it's hard to really understand that at this point because we're talking about the building on a property that floods, but I think the entire, I mean, I'm at 15 in Ryan. I mean, I've come to a meeting here and they've told me the traffic is the worst at 15 in Ryan. The flooding is the worst because we're right near the mushroom farm. And so if we only thought of that, we probably wouldn't have never developed any of those properties in the city. So I just wanted to come up here and just say that I'm in support of this, and I'm looking also out for all the residents and the residents that do need affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Catula. Anyone else? Going once, twice. Okay, council, we need a motion.
Mr. Mayor.
Isn't there one on the floor?
Mayor, there's one on the floor. It was postponed.
Oh, yeah, that's procedurally how it is. Okay, so the motion is still on the floor. No need for a new motion. The motion was made by Mr. Radke, supported by me, so I will give the floor first to Mr. Radke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate everyone coming tonight, and I appreciate the really respectful conversation we've had tonight. That's always very important, to really express your views, let us hear them, and then we get a chance to express ours. And I've written down quite a few questions. So I guess I'm going to start through the chair to Dr. Parcell. And we're going to have a lot of people coming up and down, I think. But, we've had several residents talk about the tree survey and landmark trees and the tree preservation plan. I know that, just by way of explaining to the audience, we have one of the strictest tree preservation ordinance in the state. Requires 50% of trees to be preserved on parcels with development or to be replaced, and trees marked as landmark must be replaced inch by inch. Is that correct, Dr. Parcell?
That's correct.
And for the trees on this site, if this 2168 oak tree with the 14-foot circumference, and I'm taking his word for it, I believe it's absolutely true.
Please, go ahead, Mr. Radke.
Sure, thank you. If that tree is taken down, would that 14-foot circumference have to be replaced on top of 50% of all the trees on site?
So it goes by DBH, which is diameter at breast height, so approximately 5 feet above grade. I don't know the specifics of the individual tree's diameter, but what I can say is We have completed a very preliminary tree preservation study in the Office of Planning to anticipate the effects of this on site. The applicant is actually doing a really fantastic job with tree preservation. They are preserving 69% of the trees on site. Of regulated trees, there's approximately 280. They're removing around 80, and within the confines of their landscaping requirements, planting 40 already. What they are doing is removing approximately 15 landmark trees. What I do say approximately 4 is because tree preservation is actually the last step of our administrative site plan approval, mostly because when I get my plans back from Brent's team, Mr. Bayshaw, our city engineer, there's the potential that they could change the boundary of the cut and fill. There could be curbing needed in certain places. It could change where trees are removed. Essentially, based on what we have for the 15 trees being removed, it's approximately 200 replacement trees. There are options to do this. It could be planting along the trailway established in the rear of the property following the purchase. It could be paying into the city tree fund to plant trees along a right-of-way, which is a big goal for city council and administration right now. So there's a lot of options. We'll present them to the applicant once we finalize the tree preservation numbers. But they are meeting the tree requirement percentage. Landmark trees, however, are exempt out of that entirely and will be replaced inch for inch at the conclusion of this project.
I appreciate that, Dr. Parcell. I guess my next question would be to you, but maybe Mr. Koszubski wants to jump in too. Could you explain, I think there's some confusion in the audience, about the lot split before sale, the escrow deed, and how the green space would come back to the city after the sale?
I would defer to Mr. Bonner or Mr. Koszubski.
Take your point at you.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilman Radke, the lot split is being done to allow us to get the property back. There will be improvements made to that property through the cutting process that actually benefits the city, especially when we go to start doing some more trailways through there as well, because a lot of the movement will be completed. The purchase agreement has the deed going in escrow immediately at the close. So as soon as they get their final FEMA approvals on the cut fill completion, it comes back to the city.
I guess, just to be clear, we will not sign a sale agreement without a guarantee that that acreage will come back to the city once the project is complete.
Absolutely. The deed will be sitting in escrow, and upon that completion, will automatically come back to the city and be released for the agreement.
Excellent. I guess through the chair to Mr. Bonner. You know, I always hear a lot of comments up here about, vacancy rates in the city, about we have a lot of vacant buildings, or a lot of vacant commercial property. And in this distressed section of the city, and it's distressed based upon federal standards, is it not, Mr. Bonner?
That's correct.
Yeah. That's why we originally created the CIA, is it not to hopefully put new life into a very distressed area of the city?
Correct.
I guess my question would be, could you explain, what is our current industrial vacancy rate in the city?
The current industrial vacancy rate's between 1% and 1.5%.
Which is much better than the national average, I would assume?
Yes, correct.
What is the, I guess, the commercial vacancy rate, knowing that Lakeside Mall is now closed?
So the commercial vacancy rate has really hovered between 9% and 10% the last several years. And that's for the larger big box vacancies that really consume a lot of that. I don't think Lakeside's gone on to the overall real estate market reports yet, but my estimate's probably over 10% at this point.
What is the standard nationwide, or what is the standard in this area? Are we competitive?
It's typically between 7% and 9%.
We're just slightly over?
Slightly over, yeah.
Excellent. That's all I have for you right now, Mr. Bonner. But I guess to the audience, we talked about attainable housing and how important attainable housing is to our community. People talk about their kids not being able to purchase homes here, and it's because we are not building anything. So scarcity is driving up prices. It's basic economics. It's supply and demand. There's a scarce supply of homes and places for people to live, which is driving demand, which is driving up your home values, which is good if you already live in the Sterling Heights, but hard if you're trying to purchase in Sterling Heights. And I didn't hear it today, but I hear it online. People say, well, these apartments, the rent is going to cost more than my mortgage. Well, if you had the good fortune to get a mortgage before COVID or during COVID, like my brother Steven in Fraser, he's living pretty good. He's got 3% and he's never going to leave. But if you're on the market right now for a mortgage, you're paying upwards of 7%. If you're buying a home in Sterling Heights, you're putting down, if you don't have good credit, about 20%, which would be about 25 to, between, sorry, $50,000 to $60,000, just down on top of your 7%. And your note, your all-in cost for your mortgage with PMI and everything else will be upwards of $2,000 or $2,300. That's why these apartment rents are hovering around. I know that we did a market study before. It's like $1,600 a month. That's the average rent in Sterling Heights for a brand-new apartment. That's why these proposed units are attainable housing. Because I know Mr. Manor spoke, but it's between $795 and I believe it was $1,165 a month. And, we know this for a while, we've been pricing out those least able to afford housing in the city. And that includes everyone from seniors to veterans, to people who lived here their entire lives, to the kids of folks who have now moved out of the house, they want their own place, and they want to live here now. I had the good fortune of visiting the Block, which is the former Wyndham Gardens, which is now an attainable housing development in Sterling Heights at 15 Mile and Van Dyke. And I spoke with Republic's owner on site there with Mr. Mayor and some other people. And he said that their facility, which has been opened, I think, 3 or 4 months, is already at 53% capacity. And they fully believe that every unit in their place will be rented out within 1 year of opening. And they're attainable rents. They said that they're between $900 and $1,100 for rent, depending on if you have a studio to it's like a 1-bedroom lofted apartment. And that's because people are starving for places to live. And more than that, I asked him, and the mayor was there, I said, who's living in these places? Who's coming in here who are your residents? Anecdotally, tell me who's moving in. And he said that there's been 3 major categories of people who have been renting their units. The first were empty nesters, who, because the market is high, have sold their house. They still want to be close to their relatives. They still want to have all the amenities of Sterling Heights, and they've moved in. So the second group is, he called them kids, but they're young adults who've moved out of their parents' house, maybe into their first apartment on their own, and it's an affordable rent. You stay close to mom and dad. Maybe you go home and use the washer dryer, but they're here. And the third, which we all know because we've heard from these people, were folks who worked at Stellantis across the street. Some who had been commuting over an hour to work every day at the plant and would rather spend their time doing something else, sleeping, eating, going out, not spending an hour or more in traffic to travel to the plant. Those are the people who are living these places. Long-term residents looking for a new place to live. Residents who've lived here but now are on their own. And people who work here who want to join our community. And I have to assume that this is the same thing that Mr. Manna is trying to put up. And people say, well, wait. We have these apartments. Let's stop, and let's stop right now, and maybe in a year we'll test the market. If there wasn't a business case for these, they wouldn't be being built. That is capitalism writ large. And almost every apartment building that has been built in the last 10 years in Sterling Heights is almost at capacity. I know I talked to Mr. Gallo, who I've gone back and forth with many a time at this council table, and he told me that his building on Shaner at Hall Road is at like 93% filled. Within a few years of opening, it's at 93% filled. So this idea that there's some like crazy number of units available out there for people to move into is false. And I think we perpetuate it with this idea. And I've been here, I love when people tell us how long we've been here. I've been here for 28 years. And people say, I've been here and I have my place and I have my thing and no one else should be allowed to follow me. And I think that that's really selfish in a way. And I think it's also just not what we want to do for the people who would live in this unit. 30% to 80% of AMI, they're people who work in our community. They're the busboy at the Coney Island. They are maybe your neighbor who's decided that her husband died and she has a giant house and she wants to sell and she wants to still stay close to family, but find a place to live. So that's why I'm going to be supporting this project, because I think that these folks have a right to have a place to live. And if we build, we will stabilize the prices in this community. And we've already talked about North Van Dyke being an area that is going to be more dense. It's in the master plan. We talk about making it more walkable. You have to add people to add walkability. Now, I hope, and I guess I'll go through the chair to Mr. Manna. I see him sitting in the audience. If you come up, Mr. Manna. You know, you're going to have retail space in both Phase 1 and Phase 2. And you heard some of the residents here. They'd love to have a coffee shop or a bakery, a small business. I think that's part of your goal. Am I correct in saying that?
That's correct.
Do you have any takers for the business in Phase 1 right now, or do you have some ideas about what you might put in there?
We are planning a market bakery, coffee / dessert shop, which is likely about 4,500 of the 9,000 square feet. And then there's been some interest from a pharmacist, urgent care, but we really want to make it more of a destination style, so bakery, market, but again, this is all still in the works.
To get more people onto the street walking and enjoying the community. And I heard someone say that we're not neighbors anymore, but there's nothing more neighborly about than getting out of your house and meeting your neighbors.
Yeah, there's, in the retail portion, an area where there's also outdoor seating right along Van Dyke. And so, and we talked earlier, there is going to be connection to the rear of the property. And so,
And I guess I appreciate that, Mr. Manna. I think I'm done with you for right now. So
Okay,
I don't want to make you stand up here. But to talk about the property and the linkages to the parks, I guess through the chair to Dr. Parcell, but I think I know the answer. Heritage Park, which is not our park, it's in Utica, is directly across the street and linked by bike path to our park system in Sterling Heights. Is that correct, Dr. Parcell?
That is correct.
And this future nature walk, essentially, the whole east bank of the Clinton River is part of our park system. And we have a bike path along that route. Our idea here would be to link with Utica's park system, and add a separate bike path along the west bank, a nature walk, we haven't finalized the plan, but essentially an artway or something along the west bank to link into our park system.
Just correct. I think Mr. Bonner described it really eloquently last meeting, with a few streets south, the art walk going in, with Dodge Park being in proximity following that line, with the property being donated back to the city in these phases of these developments, and the park to the north. We're really looking at a very large connected park system and trailway system that is more or less directly called out within the North Van Dyke Avenue master plan.
And in our current park system, we have places where people can park.
Yes.
So if they were to access this, they'd have both, I guess, Utica's Park across the street to park at, but also places in both Farmstead, Dodge Park, and other places to park and then enjoy the nature trail.
Yeah, I believe from my planning perspective, and I wouldn't dare step into parks too much with Mr. Langlois here.
He's dangerous.
The way that the nature path and the trail works, or how it generally is intended to work from a planning perspective, is there's nodes of parking and then access points for pedestrians and cyclists. So not every parcel will have a full parking lot dedicated to using that park. It's intended to get people to go from destination to destination. So with larger centers being along the nature walk connecting it, those are where people can go to park. Then you can walk, cycle, go to the destination options that Mr. Manna has just discussed, and then return back to your vehicle or your home if you live in the area.
Right. And then I know that we've talked about possibly adding public parking as part of our not just North Van Dyke, but the Lakeside Town Center. Because eventually, if we want to limit motor vehicles, every building can't have all the parking for all the things it's gonna need. We're gonna have to share parking amongst businesses, like the Riverland parking lot that's right at the corner there, that when I drove by to look at the brand-new and I think very good mural, was completely empty.
Hilarious. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I guess to go one step further, it's our belief that businesses are going to capitalize on this future nature trail. That's why we're taking the land, we're making sure we're going to have the land, because they're going to make money on the fact that we're going to have a park system that's at their doorstep. And that's going to drive, hopefully, the further change in the area. And I guess this building is the catalyst for that. Would you say that?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Thank you, Dr. Parcell. I guess, through the chair to Mr. Bonner, I saw you wave your hand at me. I think you want to add something to this.
Pick me. No, I just wanted to add that we also acquired, and Dr. Parcell brought this up, we acquired 8,300 and 8,500 Riverland over the last couple of years also, which is about 3.5 acres. It's on the south side of Riverland, to be a part of sort of this North Van Dyke Park system. We're also in active negotiations, if you will, for other parcels to give ourselves as much flexibility and options as we possibly can for this North Van Dyke Park system, for both parking and other access points as well. And I wish I could talk about them in detail, but there's nothing finished. But we have been extremely active in this area from a property acquisition standpoint.
This is through the Corridor Improvement Authority.
It's through the Corridor Improvement Authority, obviously through ARPA, and then we also have another federal grant provided to the Corridor Improvement Authority specifically for property acquisition because this is a federal designated low-income census tract area. So we're cobbling together resources to make some of this happen.
And I guess while I have you here, could you discuss the RFP? Because some people have claimed that this was not a fair process, that we didn't RFP it, we didn't, it's a backroom deal. Could you explain how we did the process? I guess that's the best place, Mr. Bonner. Discuss the process and how they bid on the project and how they came to be selected for it.
Sure. So the RFP process was handled by the city purchasing department. It was originally posted in May of 2023. We had a proposal meeting. We only had 2 entities come to that meeting. One was the Chaldean Community Foundation, and the other was a developer who has interest in the North Van Dyke area already with another proposed site plan. So we went through that process of having the RFP open. We also internally wanted to make sure that the RFP was sent to other developers who've done business in the city as well to make sure that they were aware of this. We had, I think, in total 24 companies download the RFP. When we actually got to the end of the RFP process, we didn't have any proposals. So we extended the RFP process another month. And then after we did that, we were provided with a proposal by the foundation with a purchase price. So when the city put the RFP out on the market, so to speak, we didn't have a listing price for the property. What we wanted to do was put the information about the North Van Dyke Avenue District in the RFP. We wanted to put the information about the site that HRC had performed out into the RFP. And then we wanted to see what people would propose back to us, including what they would offer potentially to purchase the property for.
And the Chaldean Community Foundation was the sole bidder or sole respondent?
That is correct.
And we then spoke with them, and that's how we got the proposal in front of us right now?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bonner.
Thanks.
Through the chair to Dr. Parcell, one final time. There were some comments about the cut and fill on site of the first phase and how it isn't complete or it is complete. Can the Office of Planning or maybe the city's engineer tell us where that stands or how it's developing? Through the chair to Brent Pesha. He nodded at you.
Well, the cut and fill began prior to the previous meeting. It was about 75% done at that time. There was 3 or 4 areas back adjacent to the wetlands that were cut, and the last remaining cut area was the retention facility that was just behind the parking lot, and that I would say is, your team would probably know, but I would guess 95% done by now.
Okay. I appreciate that, Mr. Pesha.
Okay.
Thank you. I guess the one final point I'll make is, when I went to the National League of Cities, I had the pleasure of visiting the Atlanta Beltline. And it's a trail system that basically is a circle around the city of Atlanta, linking neighborhoods to business to cities all across the city of Atlanta. And I remember speaking with the executive director of the Atlanta Beltline, which is now a multi-million-dollar business, essentially, that is a nonprofit, that they function for the city of Atlanta to connect people together. And he said that when they started building it, everybody said, you're gonna fail. No one's gonna use it. No one's going to be on it. All you're gonna do is attract crime and negative influences and bad people and all this stuff. And he said that no one's gonna step foot on it. It's a waste of money. I never see anyone on the Beltline, so therefore they don't exist. He said to counter that, they put actual counters, laser counters, on the most likely entrances to the Beltline. And last year, they said they had over 1.5 million visits. And you don't see them because they're quick. People come and go, and you're not standing right there counting people by the head. But he said that, it's an economic driver, just like this is an economic driver. It's like we are changing the area of the North Van Dyke district from one of a distressed, low-income census tract to hopefully one day will be one of the downtowns in our city that people will want to live in. And, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry.
What can you do?
You can throw her out.
What can you do? Go ahead, Mr. Radke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
It's downtown that people are gonna wanna
Yeah,
live.
thank you, sir. Just.
She won't, but people will. People will. It's not your turn to speak, ma'am. Thank you, though, for your comments. Mr. Radke.
I was trying to catch my thought back. The reason I'm talking about the Beltline is because a lot of the concerns that I heard here, writ small, were writ large there. How will people access it? Who will be on it? How will it be used? And they found a way that now drives millions of dollars of investment in Atlanta every day. And now, we're not Atlanta, we're Sterling Heights, we're much smaller. But the idea isn't a bad idea. It'll work if we let it. And that's why I'm happy to support this proposal. And I'm gonna say one more thing. The idea that people who live in apartments are some kind of low-class citizen is a farce, and I think it's offensive. And, Mr. Mayor.
I'm not gonna tolerate it, and again, I just asked you not to speak up. Do you need the attention that badly? Because the officer will take you out, and then you'll get the attention you're asking for. So please, be respectful of the city council, or else you'll be asked to leave. Mr. Radke.
Thank you. It's offensive. I live in a condo. Some of the other members of council live in a condo. I'm not a low-rent individual. I'm not someone who's not contributing to the community. And I think it's offensive when you try to make this claim that because someone chooses to live in a multifamily development, that they are somehow a lesser citizen. More than that, attainable housing is essential for our community because we want to live in a community with multiple people who have different likes, interests, income streams, education levels. That's what makes our community a great community. That's why I moved back here from overseas. That's why I sit on this council, because I want to live in a community that is available to everyone, attainable to everyone. So when I hear those comments and these perpetuated stereotypes of what some kind of person is, I get very offended because I live in a multifamily building. And I know my building and my neighbors are great people. They all contribute to the city of Sterling Heights. Some of them work for the city. And I just get so annoyed because they just want to live in peace and harmony like everyone else. They want to have top schools and a great police department and wonderful parks. And they want to enjoy all the things that we have here in Sterling Heights. So I guess with that, I'm proud to support this proposal. I'm proud to jumpstart North Van Dyke. I'm proud to put attainable housing for people who desperately need it. So that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Radke. I'm going to go next. I just ask, I know it's hard to resist the urge to laugh and to scoff and to make comments from the audience, but it's not productive, it's not helpful, and I can't remember a single time where a council member thought, oh, I hear somebody calling from the audience, I'm going to change my vote. It's not effective. So I would appreciate it if it didn't happen. I want to talk about, there were about 27 or 28 people who spoke. A number of you had questions. I'd like to address them. I took some notes in terms of what are the sort of issues that were raised. A lot of comments about the purchase price and how that came about. A couple of comments about the millage and protecting green space. A lot of comments about flooding, some comments about traffic as well, and also comments about housing. So I'll try to go through those briefly, but no promises. So the sale price here, as Mr. Bonner pointed out, this was a request for proposals. I'm not going to go back into that again, but the gist of the comments that I think should be addressed is, why did you buy property for, was it $640,000, basically $64,000 an acre, and now you're selling it for $30,000 an acre? It's a good question. It's a valid question. I don't look at this just, can people turn their cell phones off? We've had 3 or 4 cell phones going off lately. So if you have your cell phone on, please turn it off. Thank you. Or just put it on vibrate. I mean, I know you can't turn it off. So it's a valid question. When you buy property for $64,000 an acre, why are you selling it for $30,000 an acre? But it's an incomplete analysis, because when we sell property, when the city owns property, we get nothing in return. We might, I mean, in terms of economically, we get nothing in return. We might be able to use that property for good. Like, we don't collect property taxes on Dodge Park, but that's incredibly valuable property that the city gets a lot of benefit out of and the residents get a lot of benefit out of, right? With this property, you've got 10 acres, 80% of it is going to come back to the city. So a number of people ask, well, how do we know that's going to happen? I guarantee you that's going to happen. If it doesn't happen, they're going to get sued and they're going to lose. They're signing an agreement saying that they're going to give it back. It's contractual. The deed is going into escrow. They're not even going to have any control over it. The escrow agent, when you put a deed in escrow, that means a deed has been signed. The deed transferring property has been signed and it's given to an escrow agent, and the escrow agent holds on to that. And when the conditions have been satisfied pursuant to the escrow agreement, it comes to the city, we record it, it's our property now. So that's a done deal. That's not an open question. It's not something that anybody should have any concern over, like, hey, how do we know this is really going to happen? Believe me, it's going to happen. There's no way that the CCF can wiggle out of that. We will get the property back. The reason that we're giving them the property is so that they can do all the work that needs to be done. It would be more complicated. It would be more difficult from a legal perspective for us to own 8 acres of the property, for them to own 2 acres of the property, and for them to be working on property that we own. So from a legal and practical standpoint, it just makes more sense to do it that way. But back to the purchase price. Although we are not getting 100% of what we paid on a per acre basis, when this property is developed, it is going to generate a pilot, which is a payment in lieu of taxes. It's going to generate revenue to the city of Sterling Heights and to the other taxing jurisdictions that we wouldn't otherwise receive. So I've brought this up to administration in the past. We own a couple of, maybe about an acre or so up on Utica, just north of 18 Mile Road. And we put out a proposal. Hey, so, you don't want to buy, does anybody want to buy that? You can cut it into 3 parcels, you can cut it into 4 parcels, you can develop it as 1 parcel. Nobody's biting on it. And I say, well, if we want to sell that for $250,000 and nobody's buying it, well, at some point we should just sell it for $150,000, because then when it's developed, we will generate tax revenue and the payback will be quick. So it doesn't make sense to me to hold on to property if you don't have any real purpose for it, because by selling it, you will generate tax revenue. So I think it protects the taxpayers here. Even though we're not getting 100% of the value in return, we will receive tremendous value in terms of the revenue it generates. Additionally, it serves a purpose. It serves a purpose. It serves to provide housing to people who need housing. As Mr. Radke said, part of the reason why you cannot buy, you can't buy housing in Sterling Heights like you could before is because we don't have enough of it. When you supply more housing, then the price goes down. If you flood the market with tons and tons and tons and tons of oil, if OPEC opens up oil production, the price comes down because there's more oil. It's supply and demand. It's the same concept in housing. So by adding housing, it will make it more affordable for everybody, and it will give options for people to move in here, especially the people who need it the most, this attainable housing. I know you guys, I think I said this at the last meeting. I know you guys are here, and this is an issue that's very important to you, and I do not mean to give the impression that it's not. It is certainly an important issue to you, but in 2 months, there will be another development at a different area of the city, and you guys won't be here. And why would you? It does not directly impact your backyards, so you won't be here. But the people in those backyards will be here. And this is what they will say. I promise you, this is what they will say. I support housing. I'm not opposed to housing, but this is not the right area for it. You should find another area of the city and put it there. And then 3 months later, there'll be another housing project in a different area of the city. And there'll be another council chamber full of residents coming out saying, I support housing. I'm not opposed to apartments. I just think this isn't the right area for it. You should put it in another area of the city. So we can play that game in every single square inch of the city. But our job as policymakers and as leaders of this community is to say, does this site make sense? This site makes sense to me because since 2006, as Mr. Vanderpool has stated, this has been an area that the city has been focused on redeveloping. This has been an area of the city that's tired, that's downtrodden, that could use a facelift. I think we have a tremendous plan for there. And, you know, when we talk about when you see some of those renderings and some of those images, I'll admit, I look at it and I say, I know Vanderpool's saying this is going to happen, but is this really going to happen? Could this really be what this area looks like? I understand people are skeptical about it. I get it. But people would be skeptical about anything, any area of the country, any development anywhere. You have to try these things. If we don't try, we know what's going to happen in that area. Property values are going to continue to decline. The area is going to get more and more rough looking. It's going to get worse and worse and worse. We have to, in my opinion, do something to make that area more attractive, more vibrant, unique, distinctive, and in the end, I think it'll be great for everybody. So the purchase price, I think it's important to look at more than just the purchase price, but what is the benefit that the city's going to get out of this project? It'll get additional tax revenue. It'll get housing that the city desperately needs. It'll be a catalyst to revitalize an area of the city that's been targeted for redevelopment by the city for a long time. It will help create that feel there that I think will be very interesting, unique, distinctive, a destination for people who want to have a unique area to live. Some things were mentioned about the millage. Look, I think that there can be competing interests. The city can have multiple priorities all at the same time. We can prioritize preserving green space, and we can prioritize having a corridor improvement authority in a district where we want to develop something that looks like a downtown. I don't think that those interests are necessarily in conflict with each other. They're both valid interests, and both of those interests we're 36 square miles as a city. We're the 4th largest city in population in the state of Michigan. We are a pretty big city. We can do both of these things. We can take a small pocket of the city and say, this is an area where we want to focus on redevelopment, and we can take a vast swaths of the rest of the city and say, these are areas where we want to try to preserve more green space. And even within this project, 80% of it will be preserved for green space. So there was some discussion about that as well. Some confusion, I think. 80% of this project will be open, green space, preserved for the benefit of every resident. And we will work as hard as we can to make sure residents understand and know that this is something that they have the right to access. You know, I don't think anybody will have to violate their scruples to go to a public park in a public area. Every public park, at the end of some public park, every public park ends somewhere. And wherever that public park ends, there's private property on the other side. So this is no different than any other park throughout the city. I rely on the, look, I was driving on Van Dyke. I came here on Tuesday for a meeting, and I left City Hall at 1 p.m., and I forgot that North Van Dyke Expressway was closed. I went north on Van Dyke, and I turned onto Hall Road at 1:30. Okay? So I get it. I understand. It took me 30 minutes, I think, to go from City Hall to Hall and Van Dyke. And it was pouring, absolutely pouring, torrential downpour. So I get it. Traffic is going to be bad. But the traffic right now is bad because North Van Dyke Expressway is closed down. I think it'll get better. But I drive it a lot. Traffic is not great there. I get it. That is a reality of life. And traffic is all relative. The person I was meeting with was actually a reporter from California, from the Bay Area. To her, that traffic would be nothing, be simple, no big deal. So it's all relative. And I think that there are trade-offs that have to be made. The fact that you all have houses contributes to traffic in the area surrounding your house. By show of hands, which one of you are willing to demolish your house and move out to relieve traffic? Seeing no hands, I feel the same way. Just because your house is built and you live in it right now does not, in my opinion, give you any greater right to property than another property owner who wants to develop now. I don't think of things in terms of, well, you've already got yours, so we're going to protect you and we're going to forget about the people in the future. That's not how a city works. A city has to protect the people that it already has as residents, but it has to be forward-thinking. And if it's not, then we're not doing a service to the people who do live here. Finally, I'll close on this. I listened to about an hour of presentation from the experts here who talked about water management and flooding issues. These are engineers. These are smart people with degrees who spend thousands and thousands of hours of their lives dealing with this issue. I drive a pickup truck. I drive a pickup truck every single day. I am not a subject matter expert on the internal combustion engine just because I drive a pickup truck every day. And when folks come up here and they say, well, I've lived in this area for 30, 40 years, so I'm a subject matter expert, respectfully, I just disagree. I sympathize with you. And as Mr. Vanderpool said, if there is something that we can do to relieve flooding in your yard, we will do what we can to do. Ms. Sutton, I've heard you, okay? You've made your point. You can stop interrupting me, or you can kindly remove yourself from the chamber, okay? I understand. I got you, ma'am. Okay. So I completely empathize with the property owners that have standing water and that have been dealing with this flooding. My feeling is that when the experts tell me that the site work that was done is actually going to relieve flooding in the surrounding area, I take that seriously. And I've listened to them, and I've asked, if I've sent you an email, I've asked, if you have flooding in your backyard and you have any sort of scientific evidence, you have any data, anything that you can show me connecting the flooding in your yard to the CCF development phase 1, I will look at that, I will consider it, and I will change my vote if necessary to protect you. But I've heard over and over and over again that this development is not going to impact flooding in and around your houses. So while you can come up and show it, like, sir, you showed the pictures. I see them. I've got it down by my house. I live about 4 miles downriver. I've got it by my house. It's not in my backyard, but it's directly across the street from me, flooding just as bad, if not worse. I've seen it. There was one gentleman who was, it was you, Mr. Burton, talking about Hines Park. I played soccer at Bud Park, which is just in the other side of Clinton, inside Clinton Township, but I drive by there on the way to work sometimes, and it's completely flooded. It's completely underwater. The intensity of these rain events, I don't know. I don't have a crystal clear memory of every summer for the last 25 years, but I don't remember anything like this. I really don't. We had a day just, last week, Friday, it poured. I think Mr. Vanderpool said we had 4 inches of rain in a 12-hour period. On July 10th, one of your pictures, sir, was July 10th, we had 3.3 inches of rain in one 24-hour period. Just yesterday, it was absolutely pouring, and Mr. Radke says, well, this is crazy. Are we having flooding? And the response was, no, this is no big deal, actually. And it was torrential yesterday, right? But that's just a blip. Something is happening. Something is changing. Something is going on, and it's not the Chaldean Community Foundation Phase 1 building. It's something else. And I encourage you to do whatever research you need to do to determine what that is. But something is happening. These rain events are getting more and more intense. This year has been particularly rainy. And I don't bring up my golf game, and I don't bring up the fact that I haven't had to turn on my sprinklers to be flippant or to be funny or to be cute. It's how I talk. And if you're not used to it, I can understand. You might not like it. My point was simply to state, rain has been disruptive for a lot of people for a number of reasons this summer, and we are all up here, not to get rich. Nobody's getting rich off this project, by the way. Nobody. Nobody's getting rich. This is about $27-30 million, and this is not like a for-profit thing happening here. This is attainable housing. Housing for people who can't afford market rates. Mr. Manna's not getting rich. This is a foundation that is building this, okay? So I am in support of it. I don't believe it's contributing to the flooding. I think it will be a good addition to the area.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
I think it'll be a good addition to that area. I don't find it to be in conflict with the millage proposal. I think we can have 2 priorities or more. We certainly have more than one priority in the city. We have multiple priorities. We can prioritize the redevelopment of the North Van Dyke Avenue district and prioritize preservation of green space. We can do both of those things. We can develop this phase 2 on North Van Dyke, and we can do everything in our power to address flooding concerns at your house. We will do both of those things if this passes. It's an important project. It's a good project. I'm in support of it, and I ask my colleagues to strongly consider voting yes. Okay, who'd like the floor next?
Mayor Taylor?
Mrs. Schmidt.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions through the chair to Mr. Burton. One of the residents brought this up, and it stuck with me as a good point and question to ask. With the changes in climate, how often is that 100-year floodplain plan revisited?
So it's visited in Sterling Heights with any development who goes and does a new study. The phase 1 had a CLOMR, which is a map revision. This phase would have a map revision as well. So the maps get updated as development occurs within the city. It happens frequently. The underlying studies, therefore, are updated as they go. The whole system as a whole has not been updated in a number of years.
Like with all the increase of rain events that the whole country actually has been experiencing, it just seems to me that the experts at B need to reevaluate the whole thing.
So again, we have to consider two things. The first is that line is an insurance line. I can't reiterate that more than that. It's not thou shall and thou shall not flood on that line.
Right.
Right? And it is set up on the runoff events, and they look at it on a frequent basis. There is talk of updating the maps and FEMA updating the maps. But I look at that process no different than I would look at the building code being updated. We don't go running around making everybody in the city update their houses because the code changed, right? Or LED light bulbs and make everybody throw out your old light bulbs, or whatever the case will be. If that were to occur, kind of leaning into your question a little bit, then the city will manage it accordingly. If those maps get updated, then we will deal with that as the time comes. The city is in a much better position to handle those because you already exceed the federal and state guidelines by more than a foot on these buildings, right? And whether or not that map changes, the risk to flooding is the risk to flooding. It's the same as it was before CCF started, and it's the same when CCF after it happens. It's just a matter of who pays insurance. So if it changes 3 feet and more people have to pay insurance, well, then that's what the city's going to have to deal with. It's no different than the stormwater standards changing 15, 20 years ago, right? Now developers, in the beginning, developers came in and said, oh, I have to lose 4 lots for this pond. Why do I have to do this? Now it's common practice. So I think that there's the ability to move forward. To answer your question back directly, they get changed on a periodic basis, but overall, it's been decades since it's been changed. And then when it does, then it'll come through FEMA, or it'll come through Eagle, come through other entities, and it will have a significant impact on who buys flood insurance. It will have no impact as a study of who actually floods, because that's just, it's a paper line, if that makes sense.
Well, I've always been told water always wins, so you can't stop it. If it's gonna flood, it's gonna flood. That's all I have for you, but thank you. And then through the chair to Mr. Bonner, through the RFP process, so once we did get this one RFP, is there no negotiating? Can we not negotiate once we receive that RFP?
We can, and actually, the original offer to purchase from the foundation, I believe, was $50,000. I asked for the rationale for that $50,000, and they talked about the extra development costs. So the fill is an extra development cost of roughly $270,000, and the amount of geopiers they would have to put in to stabilize the foundation of the building was roughly another $240,000. I could have those two changed around. But those are extra development costs that you normally wouldn't encounter when you're developing a regular greenfield site. So taking that into account, we countered at $60,000, understanding that we have in other projects, and I'll give you a really good example. The Amazon Distribution Center at the old Liberty Park softball field is built on a methane-producing landfill. They have extra development costs there. So in that case, we used our Brownfield Redevelopment Authority to pay for those extra development costs. Similarly, we took into account those extra development costs on here on this project, and therefore we discounted the purchase price accordingly.
But the developer was well aware of what their extra costs were going to be because of the land that they were purchasing.
Correct.
Okay, that's all I have for you. Through the chair to Mr. Vanderpool. Mr. Vanderpool.
That's okay.
That's okay. I would really like to make sure that at least Mr. and Mrs. Shana, Mrs. Treba, and Mr. and Mrs. Waliki, I think is the last name, are contacted, and we look at their properties for relief. If there are other residents, I really hope that you reach out to city administration and let us take a look at the situation. It's distressing. Your pictures are distressing. So don't think that we're not listening. We're listening, okay? And now I guess I have some comments. So I'm going to start with the CCF. I know the CCF is an amazing organization. I know you do a lot of things for a lot of people, and not just Chaldean people, for many people in the community and outside of the community, and I appreciate all of your hard work. This is nothing to do with you in my realm of what I'm going to say, okay? I just want to make that perfectly clear. You know, back in 2006, we formed the CIA to redevelop the old Van Dyke corridor. And then 2008 happened and the bottom fell out of everything. So everything went dormant because there were a lot of projects in this city that never came to fruition because of the bottom falling out in 2008. I can think of 15 Mile and Van Dyke and what was planned over there that has never happened, which would have been a great asset to our city. So the fact that this has been dormant and it is floodplain, and it's really at the end of the master plan of that corridor, and we own it, and we are asking our residents to approve a millage to buy green space. So I have a hard time swallowing that. And Mayor, I respectfully have to disagree with you, and I hope you respect my opinion as well. Because I just think that to sell green space and then ask the residents to give us more money to buy green space is, I struggle with that. I really struggle with that. You know, now I understand why we're selling the whole 10 acres and then they're deeding back 8. At first I thought that's ludicrous. Why don't we just do a lot split, take the 2 acres and we'll keep our 8 acres. But I understand why that really can't happen if this goes through. Oh, let me read my notes here. Sorry about that. So, you know, in 2006, we envisioned this walkable downtown area in the old Van Dyke section. Lakeside was not even a blip on the radar of what was going to happen over there. And now that's going to be our new big downtown. So this is like collateral damage for me that I can't go along with this. It's collateral damage in that the millage that we're asking the residents for, and then we're going to turn around and do the complete opposite. And this big downtown area that we have planned, albeit at Lakeside, is going to take 15 to 20 years. And we can still revitalize that North Van Dyke area. But it doesn't have to have such an impact. I think the traffic on North Van Dyke is horrendous. And the 2 dispensaries do not help at all. We get a lot of that. That's collateral damage as well. You know, circumstances, and we do deal with it. And I understand 80% of that is still going to remain green space. However, we are selling property, green space that we own, when we're asking the residents to give us more money to buy green space. That is the biggest sticking for me. And the flooding, you folks, I think we need to help you. I think there is something we need to do to help. And I'm willing to follow up with that. But for me, this is really my rationale for not being able to support this. And it has nothing, absolutely nothing to do with the good things and the good people at the CCF. So I have nothing further.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Schmidt. Council, anyone else?
Good. Okay, Barbara ordered me to go, so I will go.
I'm gonna listen.
You're gonna, well, so first of all, I want to say.
Everyone's curious.
Everyone is curious. Well, okay, so.
Curious minds wanna know.
Let me just say, I apologize for bringing you all out here tonight. I really thought this was going to be a slam dunk and I could miss a meeting, and boy, was I wrong. I do, in all sincerity, I do want to thank everybody who contacted me by email. I received some phone calls. I want to thank the Shanas for hosting myself and Mrs. Koski to their home, and I was out there again today, looking at their property, and I agree with my colleague, and I told Mr. Shana, we're going to do everything we can to try to alleviate not only you, your property, but your neighbor's property as well. And frankly, I talked to a gentleman today who does water mitigation problems, and, you know, he says it's really, we have to look at the entire watershed. It's not just one or two pieces of property. So certainly, climate change is going to have an impact, you know, from here on forward. There are extreme weather events. You know, we could have extreme drought at some point, right? So, but the extreme events are going to happen. They're going to continue to happen. I remember 2014 when I woke up that morning and the water was literally to my back door. And I live a long way from the Plumbrook Drain, and it has to go over multiple swales. So, yeah, so we're going to experience more flooding, and the city and the county and the state really has to step up and take a look at what we're doing and how we're handling water and so on and so forth. I do want, so just real quick, just for Mr. Burton, if you mind, I feel like I should have got like continuing education credits from your presentation.
I charge accordingly, so you're welcome.
I do, the city gives me a credit card, so I'll let you run it. I've always heard them called retention ponds, and now I'm hearing them also say it called detention.
Sure.
Is there a difference, and what is the difference?
So, yes, there is a difference. Detention is to detain, is to slow the water down, hold it for a long period of time, but ultimately release it.
Okay.
Retention is you don't release it, okay? It's just two different types of basins, two different types of standards, two different, sometimes you don't have an outlet. Sometimes you don't have a river right next to your property that you can discharge to, or you don't have, or your property has always drained that way, and so that's the natural, historical drainage pattern. And some places don't have that, so we have to revert to retaining the water on site and letting it either infiltrate or evaporate up into the sky. But they are different, and they are designed differently, and they have different parameters to review and to design and to approve.
So on this phase one site, that is the detention site? Because
That's my
it's going-
understanding, yeah.
Yeah. Maybe I should ask Mr. Haji
It's a detention.
or Mr. Bayshaw? No, you gotta come to the podium. I know we're casual here, but come on.
Those ponds were designed to feed the existing wetlands there. So they were, I suppose, retention ponds. They were retaining the water. The initial one is a detention pond out front, so it has a controlled outlet to feed the retention ponds in the back that feed the wetland area, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. And how unique are the construction manager is calling them compensation ponds. There's 3 compensation ponds. How unique is that in addition to a detention or retention pond? I guess the detention pond, having compensation ponds.
Yeah, the compensation is just another name for the retention ponds, really. It's the cut. It's really not much of retention as it is the compensating cuts. You know, you cut that area out, and the water from the surrounding area will feed into that, or the water that comes up from the backwater from the drain will feed into that.
Okay, and you and I walked the property, correct?
Yes.
Yes. And do you see any correlation? So I know I talked to the Shanas, and I get that, you know, they've lived there a long time, their neighbors lived there even longer, they've never experienced this before until this project went in. What is is it possible that it's just coincidence, or do you think that there's real impact, even though the project is downriver from their property? In your educated opinion.
Yeah, I guess that goes into Mr. Burton's presentation, and the entire watershed that feeds into the drain and the amount of flow that's coming into the drain, and I think that's what's impacting the river and not necessarily the development of the site. Again, the cuts have been made to equal out the fill that was made in front. So you don't have any excess land that's been dumped within the floodplain, which meets all the regulations, and really that's why that the floodplain development is designed the way it is.
In your expert opinion and experience, would Eagle allow this project to be built if they thought they were going to flood everybody else out?
No.
Okay. Go ahead and sit down. Thank you. I'm through with you.
Oh, thanks.
For now. Folks, I talked to city engineer. As a matter of fact, we walked the site. We not only walked phase 1, but the phase 2 site together. I also walked the site with my colleague, Mrs. Koski. Sorry. Mrs. Koski. I talked to, the city engineer, I talked to the construction superintendent who's got 50 years of construction experience. And he said that he's never seen a system put in like the one that they have at this for protection or for flooding. You know, let's not forget about the 6-foot wall that's also going to be at the end of the driveway. But he is, in 50 years of construction experience, he has never seen anything like this. I talked to a clean water expert, Mr. Duran, who explained the construction process on how to keep contaminants from flowing into the river. I spoke to a representative from Eagle. I talked to the Shainas. You know, I visited the parcel of phase 1 and phase 2. As a matter of fact, I was at phase 2 again today for about 15 minutes staring at those oaks. And it is heartbreaking, by the way, looking at those oaks, those big oaks that have been around for a long time. I guess the thing that frustrates me the most and why I was so shocked after the last meeting, I wasn't shocked, but I was surprised. And it's been brought up here before. We've been talking about this for years. I was in the state legislature when we had to reset the tax base because of the Great Recession. And that had to be, 10 years ago? That was then. And then during COVID, we had multiple online meetings talking about this project. We had hired a company to get input from the residents about what they like to see and what looks good and what they think they want to see in a project like this. I don't want to say I thought it was a slam dunk, but nobody ever said, no, this is horrible. This is a bad idea. Let's keep things the way they are. Nobody said that. So I was completely taken off guard and surprised by the fact that there was so much pushback on this, and I wonder if it hadn't rained as hard as it did, if it hadn't flooded, and it's not just North Van Dyke, it's flooded in my backyard, Meadowview Park. Where's Kyle? Oh, sorry. Meadowview Park became Lake Meadowview twice, but you know the interesting thing about that is the housing project one lot over. So there's my place, the older existing neighborhood, and the new project did cut and fill. And it's dry as a bone. It worked perfectly. Now Meadowview Park flooded, but it's floodplain and that's kind of what it's supposed to do anyways. So the cut and fill worked there. Yeah, the property's covered in water, but it drained the first big rain we had. It was about 3 feet deep and it drained in 3 days. Completely drained in 3 days. So, and it's draining, I went there this morning, I marked it how high it was. I went back a few hours later and you could already tell it's coming down. And I'm pretty sure by tomorrow it's gonna be almost all gone, if not gone completely. The purchase price, to me, it sounds like we paid for 10 acres and we're getting 15. Am I wrong? We paid for 10 acres and they're deeding, so we sold them 2, we have 8, so we're deeding back 8, and they're deeding back 7 from phase 1, so they're deeding back 15 acres total, right? At the city, am I correct? So we paid for 10, we're getting 15? So I'm not sure where the bad deal there is. I have my own thoughts on what we should do with that property. I think we should just leave it wild. I know we want to put boardwalks and all that, but as I was sitting there looking at the oaks today, a fawn came running out of the woods and ran full speed across the lot and then ducked back in. And you can tell, you can tell a healthy river system by the wildlife that it holds. And it holds a ton of different wildlife, a ton of different species, a ton of different animals, mammals. The deer are the most visible. I'm told there are Indiana bats in there. Is that correct? Bats? That is a teeming area of wildlife, which means that's a healthy habitat, which only goes to the point how clean that river is now. And if the river was like it was, basically a flowing open sewer like it was back in the 70s and 80s, it wouldn't be able to hold that wildlife. So I'd like to see I talk about boardwalks and all this other stuff. I'd just like to see it left natural and let the animals play. I really don't have anything else to respond. I do want to make a motion. I know my colleague had already said she wants to do something, but there was no official motion made for the city to do something. Pardon? Direction, yes, thank you. And I would really like to do that. I don't know if you want me to do it now or wait, get this done first.
Do it at the end of the meeting, probably.
That's, okay, I'll do it at the end of the meeting. But,
Like
one
10
other thing.
minutes from now.
So what, you tell me to hurry up?
No, I'm kidding. I wish.
So, the only other thing I want to say is the traffic, yes. So, I was a little surprised by how bad the traffic was, but I know that they're doing the construction work on M59, but 3 times I've been to that site. The one time I was there with Mr. Bayshaw, I left at 4:07 in the afternoon. It took me, as a matter of fact, it took me no time. I pulled right out. There was no traffic. I stopped by about 8:15 in the morning, and it took me about 30 seconds to pull out. And this morning I actually started my stopwatch. I pulled up to the apron, started my stopwatch. It took me 13 seconds, and I'm turning left. I'm not turning right, I'm turning left. And it took me 13 seconds to pull out. Now, yeah, at noontime, it was backed up really bad, but that was because of the construction on the expressway. Well, I'll just leave that one alone. I think everybody else has already said everything I'm going to say. This area of town, folks, needs a shot in the arm. It needs a shot in the arm. And our costs go up every single year. Your taxes go up every single year. And when we think about growing the tax base to try to provide more money coming in and a little more relief for everybody, your taxes are going to go up. Your property taxes are going to go up. They went up this year, they're going up next year, they're going up the year after that. But at some point, once we stop growing, then the burden falls on those same people over and over and over. And the other thing I do want to say is, and I completely 100% agree, we do need to find a way to create houses that people can afford to buy, because I think we really need to just, help create wealth. The first place I ever lived in, when I moved out of home at 18 years old, I lived in I'll be politically correct here, a mobile home community. And it wasn't a nice one with two other guys, 2 other students. I lived in a mobile home. And then when I came back home, I moved into a 1-bedroom apartment. As a matter of fact, my son was born while we were still living in that 1-bedroom apartment. So, I know what people say about people who live in mobile home parks. Apparently, I've heard it more than once about people who live in apartment complexes. Through the chair, Mr. Manna. These are pretty big financial investments to your organization, right?
Yes.
It's not money that you're willing to just lose and walk away from?
No, sir.
You're going to let who's going to manage these apartments?
We have a management company, Continental Management. They do a lot of housing developments throughout the state. I think they're one of the largest, and they manage many apartment complexes.
You going to let these apartments get run down?
No, not at all. That's not our reputation, nor will it ever be.
Is someone going to be living there from the management company full-time, or?
There'll be an office at the location, and we'll also be providing services through our center.
Okay. Are you going to have somebody from the center at all at the apartment complex for if somebody needs help?
Always, yeah. I mean, there will be an office manager there, and then we will provide services to those in need.
Okay. So this is a big investment for, even for your organization.
Very big, I think,
a
for
big
any
investment.
organization.
Yeah, yeah. You don't take this lightly, do you?
No, never.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Mayor, I'll just end it here. I'm going to support this proposal.
All right, thank you, Mr. Yanez. Who'd like to be next?
Mr. Mayor,
Mrs. Koski.
thank you. Mr. Manna, please don't sit down.
Okay.
Just a couple questions for you, kind of refresh my memory a little bit. Affordable housing, right? You said the rents are going to run $7.95 to $11.65, somewhere in there. Now,
Correct.
is that going to be your market value, or is that going to be what is offered to the people that qualify? 30% of the medium income to 80% of the medium income? How is that going to work?
Great. I'm going to have Mr. Haji answer that for us, if that's okay.
Sure.
Hello, everyone. Tom Haji. I'm a director over at the CCF. Yes, we have slated units, about 45 units that are slated at the 60% level. So income levels are going to range from making $40,000 a year to $62,000 a year. So you can't make more than $62,000 a year in order to live here.
And how will you monitor that?
That's through that's through a separate company that vets all the applications.
Well, basically, what will happen if their income exceeds the 62, they'll be asked to vacate?
They won't qualify. They won't qualify.
But they won't be asked to vacate, they'll just move into the market value units?
Application process opens up 120 days before we actually occupy the building. So at the application process, if their income is at 62,000 or less, they qualify.
You saying if they live there for a period of time and their income increases, would you ask them to leave, or would they be allowed to stay?
I don't think so, no.
What I'm saying is you would move them into the market section or the market calculations as far as rent is concerned.
The entire building, no one can make more than 62,000. The household income cannot exceed 62,000.
Okay, so the whole building is going to be under the pilot program?
Correct, other than the retail space. The retail space, we have to pay separate property tax, just like we are in the phase one.
That's what I wanted to understand. The marketplace is going to be taxed
Yes,
fully by the
Correct.
city.
correct.
The balance of the complex is going to be under the pilot program, which means that you're going to be paying the city anywhere from $7,500 to $10,000 for police and fire, and then the $10,000 for the others. So maximum taxes that we would get from that complex would be $20,000 plus whatever tax would apply for the commercial building or commercial unit.
That sounds about right. Yes, that's correct. On our phase one, we'll be paying 50,000 for the retail space, plus another 25,000.
Okay. I don't know if you can answer this, or Mr. Manna. Is this the project that you originally were going to do in another city in Oakland County 4 or 5 years ago?
No,
This is totally different.
this has nothing to do with another project. Our goal was to develop multiple projects within the city limits of Sterling Heights.
And how many do you have in Sterling Heights now?
Just 135 that are underway.
Somebody told me that there was one over off of Mound Road or something.
It has nothing to do with us.
It's not you.
That is not us.
Well, I think you're doing a fantastic job there. but I have some concerns, and maybe you can help me through them. The clientele that you're going to be providing residence for, I read someplace that it was directed to disabled, handicapped people, people that needed assistance. Is that correct?
This is an income-based requirement, so if there are people with disability that meet these requirements, then absolutely they would be considered.
But you're not directing only at them.
No, we are not.
Well, my concern is, what open space do you have for them, for the people that will be renting? Now, the back 8 acres, you need that to make your cuts and fills, correct? Once you're done with that, then that property is going to come back to the city.
Yeah.
You are going to restore it the best that you possibly can, I'm assuming with grading, seeding, whatever is necessary. But the other gentleman, Mr. Burton, mentioned that there would only be approximately 4 acres that would be natural along the river, and then the other balance is the part that you're going to restore.
Who wants to take that? You?
Yeah, I'll just,
Or do you guys want to? Okay.
yeah, so, yeah, so to be clear, so the applicant, as it stands today, 2+ acres up front for the new development, about 3 acres will be this offset capacity to make sure that the capacity within the floodplain remains unchanged in the back, which will be massive earthwork and then restored. And that restoration will be in conjunction with whatever the city has envisioned for that space. That could just be, like I said, it could be wet, it could be dry, it could be grass, it could be trees. But then there's 4 acres that they're not even going into or touching in the floodway, the most important part of the floodway. That is all being left as natural. That's not based on the plans today, and then you really can't do any work in the floodway other than paths, paths, recreational areas.
Well, where are the cuts going to be?
In the 3 acres in between. So right behind the development, right behind the 2 acres to that floodway line, that hatch line that I showed on my drawing, that acre, so 5 acres essentially will be disturbed, 3 will be put back and then given back to the city.
Okay. When you say restored, this is where I'm having a hard time. What I saw with phase 1, you had 2 ponds out there and a third was being developed. This is to catch all the runoff. They were full. Obviously, that's not usable area.
So the difference between phase 1 and phase 2, phase 1 had 3 regulated wetland pockets in the back that they had to stay out of. I hope there was some water in them.
There was.
And that's what their intent was, and those were to be protected. And that restoration plan included the detention basin, which then provided water to keep those wetlands occupied, a complete or full of water. That's a complete different restoration and opportunity than we have on phase 2, which is a little bit more of a clean slate, because it could be a pond, it could be a grassed area, it could be a soccer field, it could be the ball fields from the master plan, or it could be natural space. That is a blank slate over 3 acres. All they have to do is take the grade down to provide the capacity, and what they put back is up to determination between you and them as the application.
Okay, so that's something to be determined.
To be determined.
And if they put grass in there, then that would give a place for the residents to come and use, correct?
Yeah, and it could be a mix. It could be an area that's a little higher, and it could be a flat gathering space. It could be a classroom space. It could be an outdoor classroom. And then it could be areas of wet for the bird watching, the birding, or for the bats, or whatever else. It doesn't have to be one or the other either, which is the beauty of this, is that 3 acres plus the remaining 4 can be built with whatever your recreation plans and open space plans are. It could be just planted in trees. It could be it could be a fitness circuit. It could be literally almost anything at this point.
Okay, well, you seem to be familiar with the property. I've got a picture of that big oak tree that Mr. Gaff was talking about. I was amazed when I saw it. wanted to go up and hug it, but I don't think I could have reached around it. Why does that have to come down?
So I'll leave that for the development team to answer as to what opportunity. I'm not that familiar with it. I've walked it, I've seen it, I've been there, I've looked at the plans. But exactly how, or if there's an opportunity to keep some of those landmark trees and still get the cuts and fills, that's all the details that we'll work through the process with the city, Eagle, FEMA, et cetera. I want to keep as many trees as possible, but also, you know, there's the redevelopment, the whole point of what we're doing up here in this district. But I'll let them talk about if there's opportunities to save it. I don't think anyone on city staff that I've ever been familiar with doesn't look and go, why can't we save this, or is there another alternative? I mean, especially that kind of tree. It could be the center point, you know, the Disney tree in the middle, right? And go around it. As long as it's not in the 3 acres.
Would you like to see a picture?
Yeah, I've seen it. As long as it's not in the first 2.5 acres of that development area in the back space, that is literally a blank space. What I don't think I can reiterate that enough. That 3 acres of disturbed area is not set in stone. That is a lot to be determined. If there's some of those landmark trees in there, there's possibility of doing workarounds or trying to fix them or solve them or incorporate them into the open space.
Yeah, well, there's more than one, to be quite honest with you. Thank you. Mr. Manor, one last question for you. What made you write an RFP for the property? I should say, what encouraged you?
Sure. We already have a significant investment in the area, and we think there's a need for more attainable housing, so we wanted to continue along that district.
But you didn't respond with the first advertising.
This is, you know, a challenging property. And so we wanted to make sure that we could get the proper support from the housing authority. We wanted to get engineers out to look at the property. We wanted to see if there's going to be additional issues with Eagle or FEMA. So there was a lot of due diligence that it took us time to get through.
I thought maybe you talked to Mr. Bonner and he kind of twisted your arm or something.
No, Mr. Bonner, you know, I got to tell you, he's we've had a lot of communication with him and the members of this team. I will tell you, I'm in front of a lot of municipalities on behalf of either our community or our members. Sometimes it gets challenging because I'm the Chaldean guy that has to go up. That's part of the name of the organization. So if anyone has a grievance with any Chaldean over the last 30 years, I got to sit and hear about it. But I could tell you, I appreciate this process, and I appreciate the city. We work with many of them throughout the state of Michigan, and you guys really have a great team. I mean, starting with the city manager and all the staff and the lines of communication, we might not always agree. You know, we have, we talk about voters. I mean, some 25% of this city is Chaldean. And, you know, a lot of them are still acculturating and understanding the ways that municipalities work, and we deal with that. And so we communicate with this city often, maybe many members of council, the staff, and they're the best, I think, in the state to work with. And that's probably saying a lot, given that I work with many that have even larger Chaldean populations. You guys at least always try to look for solutions. We might not always agree, but Luke has been really more guiding us, not telling us. That's helpful.
Yeah, he's very good at guiding.
Yes.
And I'm second generation of my nationality, and I love Sterling Heights too. And there's only a few of us. We're not anywhere compared to the Chaldean.
Well, we love the city too, and we aim to be good neighbors. I mean, if you look back at 15 Mile and Ryan, we had many people that came out against us when we were building the community center. And I could tell you, a lot of those neighbors now who are not Chaldean come to the facility for help. And it's rewarding work at the end of the day. So whether they agree with us or our development, we're always going to do the right thing for the community. And that's the general community, not just the Chaldean community.
Very good. I heard a rumor, and I would like you to put it to rest for me. I heard that you were going to put another complex up there in between the two.
Well, the Henriksen piece is another challenge. I mean, we've looked at it. It's even more challenging than the current proposed development. But right now, we have our hands full with these two developments, should it get passed. If there is a need and these do well, it's something we will definitely consider.
Well, I'm sure it's going to pass tonight, but I'm afraid you're not going to get my support because I have a great deal of concern because of the location. And I love my green space. And I'm going to ask the audience, please vote no on the millage because there's $3 million in that proposal to put a path through the nature preserve, which I want to keep as a preserve. And I would love to keep that property there natural, because I agree with my colleague here that the deer and the wildlife and everything, that's what your wetlands are for. And they're doing a great job back there, and I really, really hate to see them disturbed. So just, I wish you well. I know you're doing a fantastic job,
Thank you.
Please, your third project, find a different location.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Koski. Mrs. Zarko and Mrs. Sarowski.
You want me to go?
We'll go in reverse alphabetical order.
Works for me.
I was always a T, you know, I was towards the end of the class.
Well, see, I was a Z after I got married. I was middle of the
Oh, that's
alphabet,
right.
that's right. So I became last. So, first of all, I've used this pen for 2 meetings, it's almost out of ink. Because to say that I'm not listening and taking notes, I mean, it's pages and pages. But I want to start with a couple of quotes. Is prepare yourself for the opportunity. So when this property became available to purchase, the city, and you actually instructed us because of the vote and put us here to make a decision, was to work in your best interest. And that means that in order to control what happens there, you have to own it. So we bought the property with the intention that we were going to be able to control whatever was going to be developed in that area. And so we were successful. The other thing is, change is not easy, but to better adjust to the change is to find the positive in the change and the plan, and know that I might not be able to change someone's mind, but I have control over how I will react to that change. And you have done that because you've brought your problem to us about the flooding in your yard. To me, that's a positive thing because now we can react on how we can solve your problem. So if I'm looking for something that is positive out of all of this, it's your input in telling us your problem so we can help you solve it. So you might not agree with how we're doing this, but I'm really paying attention to what you're saying. I know that I usually have some waters. Somebody mentioned they're at the high point of wherever they're at, so they don't see as much flooding as some of the other neighbors do. And I have to agree, I'm at a high spot, but I don't want to be in the middle of the block because I know that's where the water's sitting. But I have to tell you, this summer, I've noticed that I actually have a river on the side of the house that goes for like 100 feet, that it's almost constant. To the fact that I'm going to have to tell the landscaper, the guy that cuts my grass, don't come out tomorrow because it's mushy, it's a mess, just cut the front yard because the back can't be cut. So I understand what you're saying. And I can also tell you that it hasn't happened before. So I'm listening to about the flooding. I think that's probably something that we all need to work on, and I think we all agree that we have to find a solution. And I wanted to know that if there were, we talk about the Sterling Relief Drain, as the county went and planted trees that would absorb more water so it wouldn't get as high. So they did the research. And I'm sure that maybe we can do something in that area. I don't know exactly where we're going to put them, but, or on somebody's property, but those are things I think I'd like to look at. The other thing is what we all have in common here today is we all want to have a job so we can put a roof over our families' heads, food on the table, and make sure that our families are safe. And that's what this project, I think, is helping to do. Because maybe people don't have these jobs where they can afford a home, but they might be able to move into this complex with the job that they already have. And that's saying the same thing. They want to provide for their families. And I think we can all agree is that's what we want to do. So if we can all agree on that, let's work on some other things. I was out I saw the water level at, it would be 15 between Moravian, the bridge at 15 between Moravian and Shaner. And the water was almost up to the top. Freedom Hill, actually the trail there was flooded out. As I was driving down 16 Mile, I know that the water was up to the bridge at 16 Mile between Utica Road and Shaner. So this is happening all over the city, and it is because we've had so much rain. Do we have a solution with this tomorrow? I don't think so. But we're going to start looking for one, because if we're going to worry about these rains that are coming more frequently, we better have a solution on how we're going to handle them. Okay, let's go with, I think through the chair, I'm going to try, Mr. Burton. When we invested like almost $5 million in the reconstruction of Clinton River, and we had a flooding problem that was at Utica Road and Hayes. And it was because at one point, the river had been directed to flow back on itself. And then engineering came in and said, well, you can keep the flow of the river by making some changes. Do you see, I mean, when you were doing this project, did you see any possibility of doing something that on the other end that might help with the flooding that these neighbors are having? Through the chair to Mr. Burton.
The overall corridor of itself provides a lot of opportunities, and some of those opportunities exist because Mother Nature creates them. So when rivers move too fast, and it's actually, I don't want to give you any more, continuing education credits this evening. Someone tried, and it's 11 o'clock. So as the rivers function and the energy picks up, it tries to slow itself down. That's why it creates meanders, okay? And it moves. And then over time, those cut off, and they create these oxbows. And actually, in between the two phases on the other side of the river is one of these old pockets. And over time, they kind of get cut off. So if we can open those back up, you create inline storage. You create more storage for those storms. But I'm not talking the 100-year. I'm talking like the lower storm events that are out there that make backyards sit full for a day or two, and the mosquitoes and the stuff that we heard this evening. There are a ton of other opportunities on this river to create capacity, to create storage, to create benefit. How much benefit they drive to this location is quite limited, because upstream, across Van Dyke, you're out of your community, have very limited impact on that, except through your neighbors and through the good programs that are out there, through the drain office, et cetera. But yeah, I think there's continuing opportunity to look at the river and do more work. And that grant was for habitat restoration, but habitat restoration broadly sense is making the river function properly, making sure the erosion doesn't happen. Mr. Langlois and I go out on his little ATV in Dodge Park and go look at flooding issues and bank erosions. We try to work on them. To answer your question directly, there is opportunities out there to continue to provide flooding support in the existing corridor by using what Mother Nature has left us and doing some more river work over time.
Okay, so then my other question is because we're doing the research for this project, and Eagle and FEMA are going to be involved, is there a chance that because the Chaldean Community Foundation is actually doing the processing for Eagle and for FEMA, that, and at no cost to us, that it would help benefit the residents that are in that area by doing research at that time.
I think that, I mean, okay. I don't think the Chaldean Community Foundation Phase 1 or Phase 2 has anything to do with the flooding that's occurred on any of these sites. It's a half mile, river mile away. It's more than 2 feet vertical difference in the floodplain elevation in that right? So it's coming down, right? It's hard, and the chocolate milk that you see does not back up. It comes from upstream, right, or comes from those areas. So I think they're a little bit independent. I think if we did a study at the same time as they were going in, and we could piggyback on maybe additional cuts, if necessary, to create more capacity, or you look at some of those other locations or some stream bank that are threatening trees that may fall, which would stop water from happening, I think there would be great benefit in piggybacking at that same time. I would hate to come back in later after you own the 3 acres and say, hey, let's cut another foot out of it, right? I think there's a good partnership opportunity at this time. I don't think just digging an extra foot at Phase 1 or Phase 2 is gonna solve these other issues. These other issues have to be addressed at that scale, right? Which is to go in those backyards, and my very first slide, to go in that area north of the river, is to go in that area and look at that area specifically and see, hey, when it comes up, how do we get it back out? You saw those pictures. It wasn't flowing with stagnant water, which means that it can't get back out. There's some berm or some obstruction in those pockets. We fix those pockets, the water will move back out. It'll come up, and it'll go right back out. You know, so I think there's a lot of opportunity. I think it should be studied at the same time, just in case we have that magic unicorn-type project that benefits everybody. Let's take advantage of it right at the same time.
Okay. Thank you. And I didn't want to imply that I thought the projects had anything to do with the flooding. I think that it just so happens the flooding was brought to our attention because of the projects.
Yeah, and
Okay.
we can show the chart shows all the other events that occurred in the last 10 years before we even had CCF, before we even had the North Van Dyke District showing higher flows, higher things. So it does happen, and it has happened. But so the numbers don't tell me that that's responsible, but it also provides an opportunity, to your point, that we might be able to exploit an opportunity that might be mutually beneficial.
Okay. Thank you. That sounds good. The other things that were brought up was the traffic in their area. It's horrendous. But it's traffic throughout our city. I mean, just when Mrs. Schmidt was picking me up tonight, there was another accident at the corner of 15 and Shaner with 2 pickup trucks. So, I mean, and I listen to some of these newer cars that they have out that just like to make noise. And it's Shaner, it's up and down, you hear them all the time. So I agree with you that the drag racing and all of that happens. I don't disagree with you at all. I guess, I think that what was brought up today was the millage. And first of all, the reason why the millage is a ballot proposal is that we thought it was important enough to put it in the hands of the residents to decide what they wanted to do, and not tell you that, we think that we should raise taxes. Through the chair to either Mr. Koszybski or Mr. Vanderpool, could you please mention, besides the green space that we'll be voting on, the additional amenities that we will be voting on that ballot proposal? Because I don't want everybody to think it's only on green space.
Mr. Vanderpool and, of course, Mrs. Koski mentioned one already, so.
Yep, thank you, Mayor. Be happy to elaborate. First, just to clarify, there's about 5 components to the millage. Pathways is a big component. The nature preserve that was highlighted earlier is an 85-acre preserve in the northwest quadrant of our city, which is an amazing treasure. It's kind of like the Clinton River. 10 years ago, you couldn't use the Clinton River. You couldn't access it. But we knew it was an amazing treasure in our city. Same thing with the 85-acre nature preserve. It's this incredible treasure, but you cannot access it. There's no opportunity for kids adults, residents of any age, to go through the nature preserve and see the wildlife and to take advantage of all the natural habitation and have educational opportunities to learn about all that exists in this amazing nature preserve. The idea is not to commercialize it. The idea is just to provide gravel, stone, crushed stone pathways through it with some lookout points. In addition, continuing on pathways, so pathways is a really important component. In addition, we want to fill our sidewalk gaps. We want to repair sidewalks in a more equitable way. Many of you in the audience have probably participated in the sidewalk special assessment program. And that cost on average, now it's over $1,000 on average for the typical homeowner in the city. Under this millage, the sidewalk repair program would be moved to property taxes, part of this proposal. So the special assessment would no longer be applicable. In other words, instead of paying $1,000, you would pay on average $95, because that's what this millage costs, $95 per year, approximately $7 a month. It's a more equitable way to fund sidewalk repair. Thirdly, park development. The millage would fund two major park developments. One, everyone's familiar with Rotary Park down Utica Road by Hayes. It's a very small pocket park. This would quadruple the size of that area in terms of park space, provide open space, provide boardwalks and pathways to Belvedere Park. Belvedere Park is a treasure in our city, a historical landmark, but no one can get there. Belvedere Park put Sterling Heights on the map in the 20s. People used to come from Detroit, from all over the area to go to Belvedere Park. It was a dance hall. It was a casino, believe it or not. The river used to be dammed up so kids would have a place to swim and have a beach at the same time. So this would be preserving Belvedere, creating a historical marker, educational opportunities, and ability to access that area. And in the same location, building a state-of-the-art canoe and kayak livery. The current private partnership we have is really not sustainable long-term, so we can do it better and with a state-of-the-art facility. That's park number one development. Park number two development is on the southeast quadrant of our city where we have a deficiency in improved parkland. So Red Run Park, we already own that park, but it's not available to the thousands of residents that live in that area. So this millage would fund that park development. It would include pathways, a dog park. It would include a pedestrian bridge that connects to Baumgartner Park. It would connect to the Iron Bell Trail System, which runs from, believe it or not, Belle Isle all the way up to Ironwood. 75% complete. It already runs through our city. We're the epicenter. So developing Red Run Park would include all of those amenities in addition to a satellite library where residents in that area could go and check out from a kiosk books and other library material at that location, and also process any other e-business involving the city from that Red Run Park location. In addition to that, a major component of the millage includes purchasing property. What we hear often, we talked about it some tonight, is why does every square inch of the city have to be developed? Now, outside of these two redevelopment districts, North Van Dyke and Lakeside, there are other properties in the city that could be preserved as open space if we had a land bank to purchase the property. If we don't own the property, we can't control it. So that's a major component of this proposed millage that will be on the ballot in November, and we're pushing out as much public information as possible so voters can make an informed decision one way
or another. It's about quality of life, and that's what this plan covers. And I'll conclude by this point. One of the most in-demand sports activities we have in the city is pickleball. We have built a lot of pickleball courts. It's still not enough. For 20 years, pickleball has been growing exponentially across the country. The millage will fund an indoor pickleball facility where residents of all ages can go and enjoy that year-round outside of, protected from the elements. So I hope that answers your question.
It does answer my question, but also I'd interject, only because it's been brought up a couple of times, and I don't want people to think it's just for green space. But I will say, in talking to my friend Bob Clark, who's the mayor of Monroe, and they just passed a millage where they take care of the sidewalks, and now it's, residents are calling City Hall and saying, yeah, you gotta come out and fix my sidewalk. So it works, it works. Okay, now, through the chair to Mr. Manna. How are you gonna fund this project? How do you pay for this?
Yeah, good question. So we have, the Chaldean Community Foundation is providing some of the funding from our resources, and then there is a Michigan State Housing Development Authority loan. It's a 30-year note.
Okay, so because you are a foundation and you're not profit, you have opportunities that maybe another developer who was doing this for profit would not have. Is that correct?
We have probably some access. I mean, if it was a for-profit developer, the deal likely wouldn't make sense to them.
Okay, I think that pretty much sums it up. Thank you.
You're
And
welcome.
thank you for your, yes, for your interest in staying here in Sterling Heights. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And lastly is, and I've mentioned this to my colleagues a couple of times, is that sometimes I get asked to speak at Eagle Scout, presentations. And usually my topic is citizenship. And the reason why I bring that up is because, first of all, if we look at ourselves as individuals, we can't afford to have a policeman sitting at the end of our driveway. Certainly can't afford a firefighter sitting at the end of your driveway just in case, or in some cases, a park. But when we work together, we have all those things. And that's what makes us a community, and that's why I don't use a skate park, but I know somebody else does. So this is something that I'm not gonna live there, but somebody else is. So that's all I have to say. I wish you luck with the project. I hope it passes tonight.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Zarko. Mrs. Sarowski.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. I'm going to keep my comments brief since it's already 11:30, and we still have another thing to vote on after this. So I want to thank the people that thanked me for my vote last time, but I think you might not be happy with some of my next comments, because I did my research, a lot of research, the last 2 weeks. I talked to someone from Eagle, I talked to I talked to Mr. Vanderpool. I wanted to really delve into what this proposal was all about, how it would affect the residents, what the tax increment, what this all would mean to the city, why we would buy something for $640,000 and then sell it for 60, what that meant, how did that even make sense? So let me delve into that very briefly, because I don't want to take up too much time. So very briefly, let's talk about the finances. $640,000, seriously, the fiduciary responsibilities. So yes, if you're going to buy something for that amount of money and then sell it for $60,000, how does that even make sense? We did go over that, but I'm going to give you my perspective on that. If you're going to sell it for $60,000, you're not just selling it, as Mayor Taylor did mention, you're not just selling it for $60,000 and it's out the door. You're selling it for that amount, but you know that you're going to have return on that investment. You know that you're going to get your tax money for that. You know that you're going to constantly, you're selling that to someone. It's like getting rent back. You are getting rent back. You're getting tax money back. You're getting money back consistently. As Mr. Vanderpool said, it's about a $50 million investment coming back to us. So we're getting money back for that. It's just kind of like selling it out, but you're going to constantly get money back. So it's not a bad investment. It's not negating our fiduciary responsibilities. So that made sense to me. I had to think about it, I had to hear it, because to be honest, we did not have all of the experts come to us at our last meeting. We did not have all of that information at our fingertips like we have tonight. And I did do a lot of homework. I had to do some civil engineering information to find out about what we would do with the water and the water table and all of the flooding and how we could, the cut and the fill, and how this made sense, because I didn't want to, I'm a little bit of a tree hugger, and I love the land, and like to make sure that we're not wasting our ecology and hurting the land. And it did make more sense once I talked to my brother, who's a civil engineer, so I talked to somebody from Eagle. And it is not hurting the land, we're not doing damage, Mother Nature is always the best, and the earth is always the very best way, but we can engineer things to be almost as good, or at least equally good. And so what we are doing and what the Chaldean Community Foundation is agreeing to do will at least negate any negative effects. Eagle has assured me of that. We have heard that from Mr. Burton. I am feeling very confident that we are not hurting the environment. So I did that. I really had to do a lot of soul searching, because I do not want to have these are my friends that live downstream. I don't want their land to be damaged. I don't want my neighbors to be damaged. I grew up in Grand Ledge, which is it's a river community over by Lansing. And I called those people, my family and friends. What's happening with them? They live on the river too, by Lansing. They're flooded too. Their land is damaged. They're having a hard time. So I'm going to also ask and make sure that we will do what we can for you guys, because it is horrible to see what's happening. And nobody wants to live with mosquitoes all over and live by a cesspool and have the green slime growing up, in your backyard. So we'll do our very best, and I will make sure that we're doing our very best. I'll hold these guys accountable, because I don't want that to happen to you guys. I don't want it to happen to my city, my neighbors, my residents. I would love to buy your properties. I think those are the best properties in our city. You guys have gems, and I don't want to have that happen to you. So I want to make sure that we're doing what we can for you guys. It is crazy what's happened with our environment. It's unfortunate. It would be great if we could say, in all honesty, it's a building that's done this. I would love to say, yep, it's a building. If we could just take that building out and no, that's what's done it to us, but it's not. I wish we could say that was a simple answer, but it's not. That is not what's caused this flooding. That's not what's caused the environmental change. And I wish that we could reverse that and say that was what's changed our environment. Unfortunately, it's not. So I am going to do my very best to make sure that we're supporting the residents, that we're doing whatever we can to fix it. When I first moved into Sterling Heights, and I go to St. Lawrence Church, and I drove to church and I saw all the neighbors just down the road with all this flooding, and then drove by Riverland and those apartments that are there now. Those cars were floating out of those their underground parking lots. That happened years and years and years ago. We don't want to have that happen again. So we need to make sure that we're doing what we can to fix the flooding problems that aren't caused by our buildings, but are caused by our drainage issues or whatever we can do. So there's ways that we can find ways. That engineering, city planning will find ways that we can help you guys. So to backtrack all of this, I'm going to be, and I'm in support of this, because I know that North Van Dyke can be the gem that we need it to be. I don't want to call it a downtown, because we don't have a downtown in Sterling Heights. I maybe some pocket areas of the city that are vibrant pocket areas, maybe is a better way to call it, because the mall is going to be revitalized. That's not going to be a downtown. North Van Dyke's not going to be a downtown, but very big, beautiful areas that we can hopefully get to be wonderful, rebuilt, and areas that we can be proud of. So, and our landmark trees, Mr. Graff, we need to go through those and make sure that they're saved. So, Mr. Vanderpool, I'm going to ask if you could please have our, whoever goes through and gets those trees labeled, I know that they're numbered, they do need to be re-looked at. If you could please do that for me, I would appreciate it. And finally, I do want to thank the Kildene Community Foundation. You guys have done wonderful things. I know that we're late on time, so I'm trying to go fast. You guys have done wonderful things for this city, for all of our residents. I don't think this has given us an opportunity to highlight it, but it is amazing what you guys have done. Ms. Catula, Ms. Catula works with some of the more challenged residents in our community, and she has done a fabulous job. And if you guys ever get a chance to go see what they've done, she's done, you need to do that, because we are blessed to have just giving community members, and these guys have done a great job. So I want to highlight that and thank you. So that's all I have, Mayor, and I appreciate your patience with me and getting on my soapbox. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Sarowski. Mrs. Riska, can we please have a roll call vote?
Mr. Yanes?
Yes.
Mrs. Yarko?
Yes.
Mrs. Kosky?
No.
Mr. Radke?
Yes.
Mrs. Schmidt?
No.
Mrs. Sarowski?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes, motion carries 5-2. It's approved. Congratulations, good luck. Thank you, guys. Thank you to everybody who participated. Thank you to the audience members, residents who shared your concerns. We hear them, we're listening to them, and we will follow up with you to see what we can do about providing you some relief there. To our city employees that stuck around, thank you. We appreciate you, even if you didn't speak. We appreciate having you there in case we needed you. And to the team from HRC, thank you for rushing to be here. Like going to court. This is what I do every morning when I have to go to court. It's like, hurry up and wait, hurry up and wait. But thank you for being here. Appreciate your presentation. And to the entire Kildene Community Foundation team and development team, we're excited to see this development. At least I am. I can only speak for myself. All right, it's past 9:30, so we're going to go to communications from citizens. You are able at this time, at this point of the meeting, to speak on any item not on tonight's agenda. I'd like to start with young Miss Wright, I presume.
Oh, how sweet.
Oh, waiting a long time.
I know.
Can we get that mic on? I think we probably can.
It's on the screen.
Okay, you don't have to speak right into it. Right there is fine.
Okay. My name is Colleen Wright, and I loved the Sewing Fest.
Can I ask you a quick question? How old are you?
8.
8, okay. My son Teddy is 8. Are you guys in the same class?
Yeah.
You are?
You didn't hear her screaming his name?
Is he bad?
No.
He is?
No.
Okay. What was your favorite part about Sterling Fest?
The rides.
The rides.
That's the best part.
Very good. Well, thank you for coming out to Sterling Fest. We love having it. It's a great festival for families. So, you looking forward to school?
Yeah.
You are?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Wright. And
I'm going to talk to you if that's
okay.
really quick.
Come on up.
I also wanted to say Sterling Fest was amazing. We went to all 3 days, and then I had to spend 3 days recuperating since I'm over 40 now. I just had one comment. I do think it gets better and better each year, but I noticed that we were actually behind one of the workers in line for food, and she spent 25 minutes in line of her 30-minute dinner break, and then she had to rush back, like eating her food while she was in line, walking there. So I was thinking maybe next year for staff, if we could have some sort of way that they can cut the line. It doesn't seem fair that they have to spend all that time waiting for food and then shovel it in their mouth. So I would be okay if a staff member cut in line so they could actually get their full meal and be able to eat. So that's my suggestion for next year. Thank you. And we are leaving because it's late.
Yes, go right ahead. Thank you, Ms. Wright. Anyone else under communications from citizens? Mr. Shea, come on up.
One thing, I knew the vote was gonna pass, unfortunately. Jerry Shea, Sterling Heights. Quick question, since we're up and around Van Dyke and Riverland and stuff, Riverland Shopping Center's a dump. Are they gonna put any money into the center? It's an absolute garbage dump. Period. It's been that way for a long time. And now Speedway gas station, they originally had planned to build a new station. What's happening with that? That just went off the rails. And I wasn't gonna bring this up until Councilman Koski said something, and I did not know this, because I've had health issues and I've been taking care of my dad, so I haven't been here, and I don't really wanna come and talk with you guys, because I'm watching the city get destroyed. The nature preserve, no pathways in the nature preserve. I was there when the governor was there, Engler was there, and cut the ribbon. It was gonna be kept that way. I was standing there when it was bought, I was standing there with all the people. And Councilman Koski's been there right along. Leave it the way it is. It's the only pristine place we have in the city. Everything you guys are touching, you're destroying. It's crazy. The motel on 15 Mile in Van Dyke, what happened to the Sterling Inn property? That's a dump. But leave the nature preserve alone. And I can tell you right now, I am definitely gonna fight against that millage. It's not just about green space. You wanna buy trees. You're allowing the developers to cut all the bloody trees. You talk about big trees? It's crazy. It's absolutely nuts. The city's going backwards instead of forwards. But the nature preserve, I did not know they were gonna put a pathway through that. It should be just left alone. It's a beautiful piece of property. We don't need to walk on everything we have here. We don't need to destroy everything with litter and garbage or whatever we want to do with it. That's all I have. Have a good night.
All right, thank you, Mr. Shea. Anyone else? Mrs. Nyas?
Okay. When you drive down Van Dyke, we see the city touting how wonderful it is with words like diversity and inclusivity. One word that's not used is friendly. The OBA, do not remove this signs that are put in front of properties, serve no other purpose than to humiliate and bully. Years ago, bullying was never right, but it was accepted. But we're 25% the way through the 21st century, and bullying is no longer acceptable at any level. And I think it's time for the city to get on board with the times and discontinue the purpose or the practice of posting those signs in front of properties where people are truly trying to fix the situation, and instead of working with the property owner, we're bullying them. So that's it. Thank you very much. And good night.
Thank you, Ms. Nyas. Anyone else under communications from citizens? Yes, sir.
Tom Drobny, I lived in Sterling Heights for about 25 years. I understand everybody's issues here. I follow everybody's issues here. I think the city is doing a great job in staying with the times. I have a sister in Troy, another sister in Dearborn, and they like everything we have more than what they have. So from that, I commend you. I will support your millage proposal. Belvedere Park is very neat. I go through the woods to go in there, so I make my own path. But it's a very nice place. We have a beautiful park system, And for that, I appreciate that. I couldn't sit back here and have everybody come up here and berate you guys and not say anything, because that's not the case. You guys are doing a good job. That's my opinion. We all can have our own opinions. And I think that's it. You guys do good work.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the audience? Yes, sir.
Just want to express my gratitude for the residents of Clinton River North, that you truly have heard us tonight and have heard and are truly seem concerned about our property conditions. And I just want to express my gratitude for your time and energy. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you, sir. Anyone else under communications from citizens? Okay, we'll close that portion. Mr. Yanez, before we get into this, do you want to, should we make a motion to extend the meeting now? Should we make a motion to adjourn the meeting now?
Could we postpone this to next week?
Let me ask Mr. Yanez, or I guess Mr.
Well, before,
go ahead.
so before we adjourn the meeting, I would like to direct the administration to do that independent study.
Understood. Let me ask this, Mr. Vanderpool, is there any urgency with this item C from the consent agenda? Does it need to be passed tonight? Would we be all right delaying it 2 weeks?
Mayor, other than the fact that the Wade Trim representative is here, you could postpone this. Our next meeting is less than 2 weeks away, so I don't see a harm in postponing it. We can still continue to do the work we're doing with Wade Trim right now, and, but we can make a final decision at your next meeting.
Mr. Mayor, I can get through this in 3 minutes,
Oh,
You can get through it in 3 minutes?
seriously.
Okay.
All right, do it.
Then
Let's do it.
let's go to the audience. So calling the next agenda item is to accept a proposal by Wade Trim Associates for professional project management services relating to the Lakeside Town Center. First year cost $286,000. Reimbursable over the term of the Brownfield redevelopment TIF plan. Can we, for future reference, if I had known there were representatives in the audience, we would have taken this item first. We need to do a better job of.
It was in the consent agenda.
She's right there.
We need to do a better job of. Yeah, I know. And at the beginning of the meeting, we moved this to behind an item that we knew was gonna take 4 hours.
We could have done it.
So we gotta do a better job at this. We did it to those poor,
Mothers?
yeah, whatever they're
The band?
charitable, the band, whatever they.
Yeah, those band ladies.
And we gotta do a better job of that. And I'm not pointing the blame. I should have done it, but,
Right.
we gotta do a better job. So I would appreciate help from administration. If you know you've got somebody from a contractor here and we're moving something to the off consent, let's be mindful of that in the future. I apologize. I hope you're getting over tonight. But I assume you're not.
Okay, well,
take tomorrow off.
All right.
She was
Is there anyone who'd like to speak on this item? If not, council, we need a motion. Do you want to make a motion, Mr. Yanez, or do you want
well, I
somebody else to?
prefer somebody else made the motion.
Somebody else make a motion.
That's okay. Oh, my God.
We need both of them at once. Can we do both of them at once? You can do both of them at once. Okay. Should I step down as the chair? And
Hold on a minute, I just have to pull it back up.
Mayor Taylor.
Okay, Mrs.
There we go.
Resolved to accept the proposal by Wade Trim Associates Incorporated, 25251 North Line Road, Taylor, Michigan, 48180, for professional project management services, and authorize the city manager to sign the professional services agreement on behalf of the city, and approve a budget amendment in the amount of $286,000 from the general fund reserves and reimburse through future brownfield redevelopment tax increment revenues.
Support.
Been moved and supported. Any discussion? Mr. Yanez.
Yes, thank you. I just want to, I can get through this in 3 minutes, and Mr. Vanderpool can keep his answers concise. So I'm putting the weight on him.
Chop, chop.
Let's see, so this is the first year we're going to pay $286,000 in increases or not to exceed 3.5%. What determines the level of increase?
Mr. Vanderpool.
you know?
The increase was a negotiated amount through our process that we thought was reasonable in the environment and competitive with what we see in the marketplace.
Okay, but it said not to exceed, so I'm assuming it might be less? Could be less?
It could be less, but yes, not to exceed.
Okay, very good. Do we have to approve the funding annually?
Mr. Vanderpool.
No, you don't have to approve it annually. Obviously, this is going to be a long-term contract. What we have here is an estimated cost for the first year.
So next, will this come back to us next budget? Next year then, or?
Well, let me ask the city attorney to confirm the term of the agreement, but no, would not come back to you next year. It will be included in the budget, of course, but you wouldn't have to take formal action on it next year.
Okay, that's all I was looking for. Very good. Will we be reimbursed in total at the end of the brownfield TIF term or annually?
Mr. Vanderpool.
We first have to get the brownfield plan approved, which you will ultimately approve the brownfield plan, but then we can submit expenses as we incur them.
Okay, so, okay, as we incur them. So will Wade Trim do the actual plan reviews or just assist our building and fire department?
They are supplemental support assisting us not only in site plan review, but also in other services that we may need, like inspections and the like.
So is our building and fire department primary? And they're just going to
Yeah,
supplement?
I think that's a good description.
Okay,
primary.
very good. And then will Wade Trim be doing the actual inspections, or will our building and fire inspectors be performing all inspections?
We expect that our building and fire inspectors will be doing well, I shouldn't say all, will be doing most of the inspections, but you could imagine with a project of this magnitude that we may not have the bandwidth internally to handle them all. So the beauty of this contract is Wade Trim can call on inspections as needed to supplement our internal inspection team.
Through the chair to the young lady from Wade Trim.
And this is Becky Smith.
Hi, Becky. Good evening. Do you have certified fire inspectors on staff?
We don't.
Okay, how would you do fire inspections?
Any additional services that we need based on the supplementing the city's services, we could subcontract those.
Okay.
So the agreement is just for project management services at this time.
Okay, just for project management services at this time. I'll support just project management services at this time. I'm not going to support outsourcing fire inspections, absolutely not. Okay, I'm all done, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Yanis. Council, any other, Mr. Radke?
Just briefly, through the chair to the city manager, since this is a contract that won't return to us, how much over the length of the contract do we believe we will spend on this? You know, I've caught this before where I think that the notes are a little bit different. I'm curious what the total cost, it'll be reimbursed, we're reimbursing ourselves because the TIF comes out of our own money. So I'm curious what the total cost of this contract will be over the next several years, or an estimate of the cost.
Mr. Vanderpool.
It's a good question, Councilman Radke. I think the most intensive part will be the first year, getting through the PUD review or the Master Development Agreement review, working through all the issues involving demolition, and so on. So I think the next year will be very intensive, but year two will be full of activity as well. So it's hard to say. I think the first few years will be very intensive with project management. By then, once the project actually, dirt is turning and work's ongoing, then I think it's more routinized with inspections and, just keeping up with the workload of all the trades out there.
But what's the dollar amount?
Well, it's impossible to estimate the dollar amount right now. We're estimating the first year at $286,000. We wouldn't expect the second or third year to be above that. I think, those are good estimates, so for the first few years. By the way, I will say, we also analyze this with actually hiring a full-time project management and providing a lot of these services in-house. And it was very similar in cost, and frankly, we feel that this provides us much more flexibility.
So we think that over the next 3 to 5 years, we're gonna spend $700,000 on this? Out
All right,
of TIF Brownfield?
Before you answer, Mr. Vanderpool, it's 11:59. We have less than 60 seconds until our council rules say we need to adjourn. I would entertain a motion either to adjourn or to extend the meeting.
I moved to extend the meeting 15 minutes to
Support.
12:15.
It's been moved and supported. Is this a debatable motion? I can't remember. With no further discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries. Meeting is extended to 12:15 a.m. Mr. Vanderpool, you can answer. the question.
Mayor, let me respond this way, because maybe this will give council a little more comfort. We're speculating in years 2 and 3 right now. What we're estimating is year 1. But all these payments are based on hourly rates, so we will be reviewing monthly, hourly expense reports. So if whatever the workload is, it will be, and we will do our very best to keep it as low as possible. I mean, we do have a very robust team internally as well that's meeting, reviewing, and working hand in hand with the project manager every week, every day. You know, this is the biggest project we have going. At the same time, we have to keep all our other projects going in the city. You don't want to see delays with all the other development projects we have ongoing, and the list is incredibly long. We talk about, being able to do more fire inspections and so on. There's a lot of day-to-day workload that has to get done. This is supplemental effort. We'll be watching very closely on hourly rates. If you'd like us, if you give us a little more time, maybe, let us get through the first 6 months, and then we can maybe better estimate what we see the next few years being, but we're only paying based on hourly rates.
Well, I guess I'm glad that Councilman Yanis pulled this, because I must not have understood it when I first read it. It seems to me to be an open-ended contract, which I absolutely abhor. And more than that, if I remember our initial conversations with Lionheart Capital, they were going to pay all the costs of expedited, to the chair, to Mr. Koszewski, could you clarify?
Mr. Koszewski.
Sure, thank you. Councilman Radke, the MOU that we agreed to many moons ago now provides that if there are expedited reviews that are required either through the planning review or engineering review or otherwise, that they need something that we can't do internally in the time that we would normally do, they have to pay for that. So that is part of the cost offset here, is any expedited reviews would be paid by.
No, I understand that. I appreciate that. I guess my concern is, we're creating a fast track using the Brownfield TIF to circumvent what is normal city processes. So there's going to be a fast lane and a regular lane. If you get your work through Wade Trim, it's going to be a faster lane than if you went to the city proper. Because I guess the fear is that we're going to place Lionheart in the regular line, and they're not going to get their approvals fast enough. Am I incorrect in any of these assertions, Mr. Vanderpool?
Yeah, your explanation's a little confusing. The reality is we are devoting as many resources as we can to build out the biggest project in the city's history, $1 billion, and it's going to take a lot of oversight and project management and day-to-day interaction with the Lionheart team and all their consultants and stakeholders. We feel this is the most effective way to do it. Councilman Radke, you have been one who wants to keep this project on schedule. You don't want to see delays. You want to see it move forward. We feel this is the best way to do it and the most cost-effective way to do it.
It's interesting. I guess that's all I have for now.
All right, council, anyone else? Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion carries 6-1. Thank you. Appreciate you sticking around. Sorry about that. What's that? Oh, Liz didn't vote. 5-1.
Can I say I vote yes now?
I don't know, can you? Can she?
Sure.
Okay, Liz votes yes. It's a
Liz votes
6-1
yes.
vote.
That sounded official.
I think it was official. That's how.
I know. It passed either way. We haven't changed the item yet. My legs are numb.
I'm sorry. Okay, we are not adjourned. We have reports from city manager. Anything, Mr. Vanderpool?
Nothing further, Mayor.
Mr. Kaschubski?
Mayor.
Council reports.
Mayor Taylor.
Mrs. Zarko.
Okay, there's a couple of things. We've been talking about the tree survey today. During Sterling Fest, there was a tree that was in Dodge Park that fell into the Clinton River that caused a power outage. And I'm wondering if, I mean, I'm glad it didn't fall on somebody. And this is what I worry about, because we just lost the elm tree over here at Upton House, and it's a good thing. So I think we need to be more vigilant of some of these trees that we're, just to be on the safe side, and if we can go in and check some of the trees that might have to come down because of their age or they're hollow or whatever, I think that we have to be diligent about that. But I through the chair to whoever can answer this question for me, and Dr. Parcell is still here, so he might be able. If there is a developer that has to replace X amount of trees, and he's not able to do it on his property, can he do that anywhere in the city? So through the chair to Dr. Parcell,
Dr. Parcell.
since he's here.
Thank you. Quick answer. Realistically, yes, but it goes through DPW. One of the options is to pay into the tree fund through the city. If there's somewhere they would discuss with us another property they own or a similar development that is along a centralized development area like the NVDA, we would entertain that as a solution. But that's an option to pay into the city tree fund. Mr. Fox works very closely with DPW to do systematic plantings from the city tree fund along the right-of-way. So we do get that money to very good use.
So the simple answer is yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And then the other thing is, I have to say Sterling Fest was really great. And during this power outage is how people come together. And between the vendors themselves, our city staff, I had compliments about our city staff that did not panic during the 3 hours that the power was out, that they knew exactly what they were going to do, how they were going to do it. The ride company actually had a truck-size generator that they would have brought, that we were going to bring over to run the rest of the festival if the power didn't come back on. There were people with electric trucks, the Ford trucks, that were letting, well, you had to keep the beer cold. So they actually went and kept the, that's what their job was, is they parked the trucks back there to make sure that the compressors worked. So I have to say that was a great compliment. We had good weather. The entertainment was one of the better lineups. And kudos to everybody, first of all, that came out and supported it, to our staff, and hope everybody had a good time. Nothing further.
Thank you, Mrs. Zarko. Council, anyone else?
Mr. Mayor, very briefly.
Mr. Radke.
Through the chair to Mr. Vanderpool, I spoke with residents on 18 Mile, and I drove it yesterday while it was raining. That's why I texted. I'm hoping we can coordinate with the Public Works Department and the Macomb County Roads Department about possibly clearing the ditches and the drain on 18 Mile Road, because when I was driving down it, the water was almost over the roadway. And it seems like I got a call from a resident for the same thing, which is essentially that she's tried to call the Department of Roads, she's tried to call Candace Miller, she's gotten the runaround, and no one will take responsibility for clearing out those ditches and making sure the water doesn't come over the roadway. So I'm hoping that we could probably coordinate these agencies and make sure that the water doesn't come over the road, because obviously I drove it yesterday and it was pretty close. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Vanderpool has your notes. Council, anyone else? Mr. Yanis?
We still have to do the,
Yes.
make,
I think we've got, I mean, do you need any further direction than what you have?
No, I think I have it.
so just to be clear, are
But
we
if you want to
focused?
talk about it, go ahead.
Well, I just want to know, are we going to focus on the North Van Dyke area? Is that going to be our area of focus?
Well, look, I think it's a good question. I mean, I'm not sure, because what's affecting these folks right behind the Chaldean Community Foundation, I mean, there's hundreds, maybe thousands of parcels. So, I mean, are we committing to doing an independent review of standing water on thousands of parcels throughout the city?
No,
Or
Mayor,
just-
no, we're not. I mean, the concept tonight that we discussed and that I thought I understood was that we're going to look at the 10 or so properties that were brought up tonight and see what we could do for them. If you want to expand that, I think we're going to have to come back to you. I have spending authority up to $10,000. If we're going to expand this to a much larger scope, you know, I need to report back with that estimated cost, and then council would have to take action. Now, maybe you want to do that, that may be a really good idea. All I'm saying is this initial study was really intended for this smaller scope. So maybe we should give that some thought, if we want to expand, maybe we get through the smaller scope and then expand it.
Yeah,
One and then go from there.
yeah, so anything that we find, and if we find a cause and we're able to find a proper mitigation for that, we can apply that all the way down the river. So just focusing on, taking a sample, which should be good enough. So, okay, I'm fine with this.
And Mayor Taylor, if we do find that we need to do that citywide, then we would want to do something like a grant or FEMA. We need to go wider than just our city. Right.
Yep, absolutely.
All right. Okay, very good. Anybody else? Any reports? New business? Entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved. Support.
Moved and supported with no discussion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries. Meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone.